Elune be with you. Ishnu Dal Dieb. Be careful.
Can I assist you?
Oops, almost evaded that thing. These things are pretty squishy, but the fact that they're located in the water and the drop rate's kind of low on these eyes does make this quest a little bit annoying, but decided to add this one back in, starting from the Night Elf area, since unless you get pretty unlucky on drops, you got a pretty good chance of finishing this whole lineup just as you go through Darkshore. I didn't do this line on the Shaman run, mostly because you don't actually get to Darkshore until you're 16. By that point, you're too high level for the first step in the chain. But since we started Night Elf and could do the first step at an appropriate level, may as well try for it. Of course, I'm going to regret that if I have to kill like 50 of these things in the water. Darkshore is pretty hit or miss. A lot of the quests have a kind of low drop rate. So sometimes you can end up spending way longer than you want to trying to finish one particular quest. That's just kind of the nature of zones that have a lot of these quests that are like collect 6 of this, 3 of this, 8 of this, and they all have like kind of low drop rates. Howdy, howdy. I don't have... In terms of 1 to 70, I'm not sure, because I haven't done like a full 1 to 70 run yet. I just did the pre-patch run. Up to 60, so I haven't done a speed run through Outlands yet. In terms of like 1 to 60, I'm hoping to get 65 to 70 hour range, I think. The Shaman was about 60 hours, and I'm pretty sure Druid is considerably slower than Enhancement Shaman, playing solo self-found. But we'll see how it goes. I haven't really played a Druid past 40 in like 15 years, so it's hard to make a super accurate prediction. Yeah, the first 20 levels, of course, will be way, way slower than any other speedrun I ever do. But hopefully should catch up a little bit in the 20 to 30 range once we actually get cat form. Ugh. Like 1 for 10 on these eyes. Plenty of spawns of these things though, so I have to get pretty unlucky to actually find myself waiting on respawns. I was planning on leveling a druid anyway once they fixed their energy problems that was plaguing them from the start of TBC. But we do kind of have a little bit of a shortage on tanks. I'm not sure if we'll still need more tanks for certain content, you know, by the time I actually get this up, but we'll see. That's kind of like playing some of the hybrid classes that got a lot better in TBC, just in general. And druids are one of those that are way more viable in TBC than they were in Classic. Resto is just absolute top-tier healer in arenas. And then now that they fixed the energy problems, their feral stuff isn't as bad either. Since I ended up having to play Resto for Arena as Shamans, I'm a little bit more interested in seeing how some of the other Resto classes play in Arena. Alright, finish that one. We are taking... I don't have any water-breathing stuff yet, so these quests here where you have to dive into the boat to get these things are a little bit annoying, but... I took a slightly different route where I go up this way before cutting over to the east. This is on my Shaman. I just start directly to the east for this northern circuit. Because I'm trying to finish the Buzzbox quest on this druid here is the reason it's slightly altered. I don't know where this thing is going, but I'm kind of afraid it's about to pull the whole boat. That was not an ideal aggro path that thing took here. Oh my god. I end up with like 6 of these things chasing me, aren't I? Oh god, I got a healer in the back. I can't stop that. Okay, 3 of them. Could be problematic because of the healers. Oh, they both cast heal at the same time. So that bash didn't do much. Oh, don't aggro another one. Okay. Definitely don't have the resources to fight anything else here, but I shouldn't have to in order to loot this. Yeah, Murloc's my classic enemy. All the times I was practicing the Shaman speedrun on the beta, I swear like over half of my deaths on every run were to Murlocs. It's so hard to escape the swarm if they catch you in the water. On you following it on a Shaman or a Druid? I think this one I have to dive even deeper for, so I might have to do a couple trips down here to clear out the Murlocs and to dive deep, since I don't have water breathing at this point. Oh, that thing... I thought I was out of aggro range, but I should never underestimate murlocs, I guess. No, I might try to find a way to put the shaman times in there later, but oops. These times are actually based upon, like, I did a I don't know, like a week or two ago. I was planning on starting a druid run, and I played a druid up to 40, basically to like remember how to play them and to work out like the route I wanted to kind of take early game and stuff. And so it's comparing to those times where I went to 40. However, that trip to 40 was more of like a for testing purposes. Oh god, I don't have any mana, do I? It was more for testing purposes than like pure speed runs. So it should be like a few hours ahead of that time as we make it to like the 30s and such here. There was one thing in particular I wanted to test, which was the mace from Arathi that I was talking about, where you can pick it up in like the mid to high 30s, and it gives a bunch of expertise rating now in TBC. And I wanted to make sure that that actually worked for feral forms. Like, as far as I know, it should work, but I checked it just to be sure, and it did. So that's pretty much the Bis Druid leveling weapon up until Outlands, is that that mace, the two-handed mace with expertise from the Arathi water quests. Once I confirmed that that actually worked, then I figured I'd start the real speedrun. Where did this second murloc even come from? Okay, I want to pick up the sea creature here and then cut over to the east to do these quests over on the east coast of the mountains. Since we actually did the Buzz Box quest, I can try to get 6 Moonfangs as I do the rest of these quests. That one's not a guarantee. The drop rate on those is kind of random, so I might not actually finish it. But it's nice to have the option to finish it at least. Glad you enjoyed it, Sybil. Well, I'm not sure how much... It's kind of hard to determine which games are the most popular, because personally, I have a hard time even believing what companies say about like their numbers, because they can kind of juke the stats so much to like word things in a way that makes things seem the way they want them to seem. But we'll see. There's a lot of competition coming up for the MMO market, with a New World launching as well. Now with the Aeon and Final Fantasy XIV growing and such. But I also think more competition is a good thing anyway. So even if it lowers WoW's numbers a little bit, just the fact that there's actually multiple games kind of pushing each other to get better content and such is fine with me. I'm not seeing hardly any of these Moonstalkers. It's like all rabid Thistlebears. Oh, there's one Moonstalker over there. So I guess if we're going to finish this Fang quest, it's going to have to be mostly be off the high-level Moonstalkers up here while doing the Pelt quest. You're 42. Well, the good news is that you're actually over halfway in terms of playtime. Level 42 is actually like a little bit under halfway in terms of raw experience to 60, but Shaman levels so much faster from 41 to 60 than they do, like 1 to 40. But you're actually like considerably over halfway there, even though you're only level 42. You just hit the good part. Level 10 cubs are so tanky. Well, I thought that was going to bring the Den Mother out, but apparently she don't care. Normally, as soon as I attack this front one, the Den Mother comes charging out. Somewhere up here is one of the Druid quests. At least I... Hold on a second. Okay, I think I did things slightly out of order there. I'm supposed to have one of the Druid quests to pick up here. But I guess I have to go to Moonglade first, so I suppose at this point I may as well wait for level 18, go to Moonglade, and then finish, those quests.
Can I assist you?
This quest's a little annoying as a druid because you don't have that many ways to stop the curse that these guys put on you that has a chance to heal on hit. We've got one bash every minute. It may or may not land. Oh, there we go. Out of ways to interrupt. Still pretty slow going on the kill speed here, but we're close enough to cat form that starting to get my starting to get a little bit excited at the prospect of actually doing damage. Oh, I think they'll definitely do Wrath. From what I understand, wow, this one over here pulled. Okay. From what I understand, the majority of the work that it took to get Classic up and running was on the original, like, vanilla Classic. So once they had the stuff in place to make that work properly, I believe the subsequent expansions are much, much easier to get up and going in terms of manpower and, like, overhead. So I think the amount of money that they have to pay to release all of the old Classic stuff is, like, pennies on the dollar compared to what they make back. I mean, the Classic QA team is like 5 people. Like they don't have a very big team, so I don't see why they wouldn't continue to release it just because it costs them hardly any money. On the TV, damn, this high roller. How'd your RMP go? So yeah, I don't know what Blizzard's plans are in terms of like potentially doing new Classic content or how far they plan to go, but just my personal opinion, I just don't see them stopping just because the I mean, like the profit margins on what they have to put in to, you know, release each Classic WoW expansion are percentage-wise so high.
Greetings.
Damn, 2K, you guys the CC gods. We're doing a slightly weird path here, just basically because of Druid. I'm going to hit 18 up here, and then I'm going to port right to Moonglade, train, progress those skills, and then just Hearthback. Finish the rest of 20 here in Darkshore.
Can I help you?
So from the RMP perspective, like when a game starts, what do you guys talk about? Is it just like, oh, I'm gonna blind this person right off the bat, and if he trinkets, we swap to him, and if he doesn't trinket, then we CC chain him for like 30 seconds? Total resist. Settle down, crawler. Yeah, I'm playing on a low pop PvP server, which is it's where I like to do leveling because everybody I know plays PvP servers for the most part. So, oh, whoops, I didn't save enough mana there. So if I want to like transfer one of the characters I level over to another PvP server, then it's easy to do that since I leveled it there. Whereas as far as I know, I think they disabled transferring PvE to PvP again. Jesus. Crabs are messing me up. But, of course, I don't want to do the whole 1 to 70 leveling on, like, Fairlina or White Mane or something where, spend half the time just running back to your corpse from the giant amount of people in the open world. It's a lower pot PvP server. It's kind of like my personal favorite place to level, since it still leaves the option open to transfer the character wherever you want. Where is that thing? Ah, there we go. Probably my Hunter, even though I haven't actually played my Hunter since like 2019. I mean, in Classic, outside of like the the beta speedrun testing and stuff, I've mostly just played Hunter and Shaman. Like, those are only 2 mains I've had. But now that my Shaman's pretty much geared up and just needs to play Arena and raid log, now I have a lot more free time to level alts and do some speedruns and stuff. So I honestly have a lot more fun, like, speedrunning and making routes for speedrunning in TBC than I did for Classic. TBC is a lot less linear. There's, like, a lot of variety. You can, a lot of different routes you can use that are all good. You know, depending on the class you are, you know, which item upgrades you want to get on the way, because a lot of the items are better in TBC as well. That's just kind of more fun doing leveling and speedruns in general on TBC. I'm definitely going Feral because we're doing solo self-found. Feral's a lot better at low levels of gear, whereas Boomkin's really good, but pretty much only if you're well geared. So if you have like a Boomkin alt that has raid gear from, you know, vanilla, you're trying to level 60 to 70, like, Boomkin's awesome. But if you have no gear because you're starting from 1 and you're not like twinking it out as you go, then Boomkin's not very good in that case. So Feral's going to end up being a lot faster. I don't know. I've been having fun playing the classes that were kind of meme classes back on vanilla, but now are actually a lot better on TBC. Stuff like Druid and Shaman, and now that they fixed the Druid energy problem, and then also now that I'm playing Healing Shaman, it just kind of be more interesting to kind of play around a little bit on a different healer. If I end up playing this thing for any length of time at 70, it'll probably mostly be PvP. I don't really have any much desire to raid on a druid unless I guess our guild ends up really needing an off tank or something if we just can't find one. Yeah, well, I mean, you already got two characters to 70, so I can understand that. I haven't actually leveled anything since my Shaman, so got the itch to speed level again. Yeah, it is pretty crazy how much stuff you actually have to do right when you hit 70 on TBC. I mean, especially if you intend on getting epic flying also. I played my Shaman for like a month straight before it was pretty much like geared and ready to go for all the stuff it was going to do. Of course, part of that is switching specs after a couple weeks, but still. Alright, won't typically find a pre-20 druid doing much grinding, but just want to get half a bar here so I can go directly to Moonglade. Actually, come to think of it, I don't even need that half bar. I'll get the half bar from turning in the quests, I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe not. Good thing I checked that. That's actually only worth like 200 XP, those turn-ins. Oh god, was that in Wrath of the Lich King that came out? I don't really remember the mechanics at all of that thing. Wasn't it like super favored to one of the sides to make sure that it actually switched back and forth a lot? Like the attackers had a big advantage or something? Okay, this better ding me to 18 or I'm gonna be real sad.
Greetings. I am listening. I am go in peace.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe by that point, Alliance will be done just AFKing in Battlegrounds so frequently. If they end up having all the mercenary mode stuff go in by that point.
Peace be with you.
Alright. We're finally pretty much to the only finally at level 18, we're getting to spells that I don't actually have to train. Despite playing Feral, you kind of, early on, you kind of need to train just about every spell. I don't really need Fairy Fire, just because Feral gets a version of Fairy Fire later that's actually a separate ability to train. So you don't need to train the caster Fairy Fire. There's not really that much point in training a Hibernate, because it's just kind of redundant with entangling roots. Like, roots is enough when you need to CC something. Yeah, I don't know. I know they haven't confirmed anything, but in my mind, it's Wrath for sure. Honestly, I can't really see them stopping to pump out classic content until maybe, like, Warlords of Draenor. I think it probably wouldn't be till Warlords where people, like, that'd be the first expansion they reach that had just, like, a really overall negative perception. I don't really see why they wouldn't continue through Kata and Mist, since there's still a lot of people that liked certain things about that expansion, plus just how little it actually costs them to get the classic WoW team to have that stuff all up and running, since all the base things about classic are already taken care of. I'd be pretty surprised if they didn't keep going. Yeah, Legion was after Draenor. So you had, like, Legion in the middle, and then Draenor and Battle for Azeroth on either side that were both, like, kind of reviled overall. So I guess they might have to get a little more creative if they're trying to do classic versions of those later expansions where they actually start doing, like, different content or something to try to get people to play them.
What brings you here? Alone light your path.
What can I do for ya? See you soon.
What brings you here? May the stars guide you.
You remember Equinox, Zix?
What brings you here?
So at the
Good luck, friend.
at the North American LAN for Heroes of Storm, right when Legion came out in, like, 2016, the Equinox has always been a big WoW head. And so he was so excited to play Legion that even though his team was competing in a regional championship for North America, he kept trying to download Legion in the practice area, and it was just lagging the shit out of all the people scrimming. So they kept having him cancel his download, but then he would just, like, start it up again secretly, like, a couple hours later, and everyone would be like, why is everything lagging? So they actually had to threaten his team with a disqualification loss unless he stopped trying to download Legion.
Ishnu Allah. Good luck, friend.
Oh, god damn it. Forgot to fill this stupid-ass bowl in town. Maybe I should have to fill it at the Moonwell before you go out. Alright, we got some annoying druid stuff to do here now too. We have to like swim out into the ocean here to get half of a pendant for one of their quests. And then this other quest over here leads to like 2 or 3 more quests for the Cure Poison line for druids, where you have to pick up some junk off the ground and cleanse some deer, random stuff like that. But at least they all give experience. So that should be relatively easy to finish getting 20 here in Darkshore. Get cat form before going back to Blood Mist Isle to finish off like the last couple levels of the Draenei area. I usually don't actually do that quest on my Shaman either. Kind of just doing it now because of the way you have to just like go back and forth for the Druid quests a lot. So you end up like running around a little bit more in Darkshore on a Druid than you do on Shaman. Well, these little level 10 ones drop the Fang too? Let's find out. Oh, I guess they do. Miss. Wait, out of this thing. Wait, whoa, guys. How did these two over here even get aggroed? Oh, just like the whole camp aggro there. I saw the one furbolg come running up. I thought that was just the only thing that spawned from it. Then the other two just came zooming over from like 40 yards away. I usually don't actually do this quest. Okay, let's see if we can get this without aggroing the entire camp here. Oh, yeah, I guess they're... That's weird that this one over here they didn't seem to care about, but these other ones, like the entire camp comes charging at you. This guy is really dedicated to the chase. So I have to get to this bonfire over here to actually plant the thing. See if I can actually find a path that doesn't require me to kill every single thing here. What's up, Vigo? Was new. I'm actually not sure if it will let me just run up and place the bowl down, or if it's one of those things that doesn't let you do it if you're in combat, so I suppose we'll do it the safe way here and clear a path. Alright, just for science. Let's see if it'll let me put it down while I'm in combat. Nope, I guess not. Oh, good thing I didn't try to run past everything and put it down then. Yeah, basically. It's like, because the cap form at 20, it's like, it doesn't even really do much other than auto attack and sinister strike. You have like almost no abilities. You don't have like even a finisher that's worth using, but it's still going to be like double the damage of anything else I can do at this point. It's pretty exciting to actually do some damage here in a level and a half. Oh yeah. Sorry, I actually have to pick up this picnic basket here. A lot of ways for this quest to troll you. You forget to fill up the water in Aberdeen, or forget to pick up that basket after you kill that guy. This curse is pretty bad. Physical damage reduced by 10. Which, barely even do 10 damage. Yeah, the whole Night Elf starting area is just infamous for having you do something for a quest and then telling you to, like, run 5 minutes across the entire zone to turn it in somewhere else. Where's this thing? Oh. Apparently it's very picky about where I actually use this. Okay, this is super not good. I have no way to stop that heal. Now I'm fighting 2 mobs while I'm, like, low on health here. Yeah. All I can say is at least the Night Elf area, they can go to the Draenei zone to squeeze out some better quest rewards and some more XP. So you don't just have to be purely Teldrassil and Darkshore into the 20s. Well, my minute-long cooldown on Interrupt is down, so I'm probably just going to have to eat a heal from this guy. So I can burst him down with Maul. Come on, crit. Yeah. And plus you have to come back to these areas anyway for, like, the Druid class quests and stuff, so... Should be a golden mushroom over here somewhere. Where the hell is this thing? I swear every single time I've done this quest, the gold mushroom has been up here. Hello? Interesting. I guess we're exploring new areas now. Huh. Wonder where it spawns if it's not in that area. It's pretty crazy. I've never seen it anywhere else up until now. I'll have to kill a bunch extra of this stuff to get in and out of the cave, which is pretty unfortunate because I'm trying to do quests that involve like as little killing as possible pre-20 here. I probably spawn the golden mushroom like way in the back of this cave, so I have to clear this whole thing or something. Just to punish me for being a druid. Okay, there it is. I guess I've just gotten lucky up till this point. Never had to go deep for it. Real question is, can I even loot this thing without aggroing all three of these mobs that are stacked on top of each other over there? Oh my god, I missed. I'll have to fight another mob because my maul missed. Life is hard for druids just trying to get to 20. This is pretty awkward. I can't use roots or anything indoor here. Like every spawn of these is just covered by this triple pack. Let's see, maybe if I position way to the side here, I can loot it without aggroing. Oh, thank God. Oh yeah, we're getting all the torturous levels out of the way here first on the druid. Alright, I don't have my stun up, so I don't really want to fight one of these healers. Let's see if I can just make a break for it here. Okay, not too much left to do here on this top part. I'm just gonna do this, finish up getting one of these keys, do the two night, or the two kitty quests I have up here. I need 3 fangs and 5 pelts. That could potentially take a while, depending on RNG on the pelt drop, but... We gotta swim out into the middle of nowhere here to pick up this pendant. The other pendant's like in Westfall, so I won't actually be able to get that for quite some time, but... Like I was saying earlier, you can't out-level class quests anymore in TBC. They scale with you, so whenever you get around to finishing them, you still get XP based on your level. That's no super rush. Yeah, the human starting area is fantastic. It's like one of the best for, you know, like 1 to 10 speeds, 1 to 20 speeds. Like pretty much the only competition with it is the Blood Elf starting area, because that one's really good as well. But yeah, sadly I picked the 2 classes on the Alliance side so far that you only have 1 racial option for. You take what you get. So what did you end up doing with your shamans, Frint? They just... You're gearing them both up as separate specs? Ah, there we go. If I had known how things were going to turn out, where I'd have to like swap to Resto a couple weeks in, I definitely would have done the same. Just had one character I could have kept as like the farming DPS spec, and one that was Resto. Position of those cats is pretty bad. I don't think I can pull any of those without getting 4. These cats are actually a little bit easier to deal with than they are on Shaman. I think the thorns just like destroys these or something. So the cats all attack real fast. It's like the demo shout plus thorns These things were usually like pretty close to killing me on a shaman when I was doing these at 18. And on a druid, you don't really... Doesn't seem like you're in much danger killing these things. One of the few times that druid actually feels superior to shaman before like the mid-20s. Still can't pull either of these without getting all of the runts. Oh my god, we're not... This pull might be bad. Okay, that's the right run. The positioning is so weird on these, all these matriarchs and runts are like intertwined with each other here, so I wasn't even sure I could pull one without getting them all. Yeah, I was under like a little bit of a time crunch to actually get some resto gear and get ready to play quickly before arena started, or at least not necessarily before arena started, but like during that week, so we can make some decent comps. Well, it might have been like a better move overall to do that, but I don't think I wouldn't have been ready for like another week past that if I had made a different character. So my main shaman at least still had some PvP marks and tokens and stuff that was going to help it get geared as resto. Yeah, I raid on the shaman. I mean, at this point, it's pretty much, other than raid gear, I mean, it's pretty much got everything it needs for raids and for PvP. So just not really much for me to do on it other than raids, which only, take 3 or 4 hours a week, and PvP whenever people want to play. So now that I'm kind of done gearing it outside of those 2 things, I have a lot more free time to play alts and speedrun and stuff. How you been, juices? Oh god, I used too much mana there. Can't actually go into bear form for a little bit. I'm not sure about that at this point. Like, oh god. Let's see, is this thing gonna aggro from social? Oh, I guess not. Thought I was getting 4 there. Right before TBC launched, it seemed like they were gearing up for like this big new hardcore season for TBC, like a couple months in. I don't know, I like haven't really been hearing much from the hardcore community. I don't know if the popularity just kind of like dropped off now. So I might have to look into it again, but it seems like there's like hardly anybody doing hardcore runs in TBC, at least currently. So maybe it's just too new. Maybe when it picks up again, or the server where people are doing hardcore stuff, that starts getting more popular, I'll probably start doing some. Good. I ended up switching over to resto, so I didn't keep living the enhancement dream, unfortunately. It's because they were, due to various circumstances, like all the people that were supposed to be healers, especially healing shamans, just like stopped playing for one reason or another. So my guild was super low on healers and had no shaman healers, and all the people that played arena, we had like no healers in our group, so I kind of like had to switch, I felt like. But so I ended up getting geared up for elemental and resto, and then I just kind of go as whatever's needed for various raid. I think the start of tier 5, you actually need a lot of healers as well, so like I might be heals at the start of tier 5 and then switch back to DPS like as it goes on or something, I don't know. But basically I can do whatever on my shaman now, or whatever's needed. But the one downside being is that I just, like, PvP is still fun, but I don't think I enjoy it quite as much. I don't know, I've never really loved healing in WoW.
My, you're a tall one.
I never arena'd as a healer. I didn't really play healers much at all. So I just, I don't know, after a few dozen games, I just kind of start getting bored of playing healer in arena. Whereas on DPS specs, I used to be able to play all day. Oh shit, I forgot about turning this buzzbox thing in down here. I wonder if this guy will actually follow me down there, or if he, like, despawns. Well, let's find out. They're starting fresh hardcore runs Wednesday? Oh, okay. Well, if that ends up picking up, I'll look into it in the future, because I was planning on doing a speedrun at some point from like the Horde side, just to mix it up. I haven't done one on the TBC changes yet. Yeah, Resto's weird. It's like, so shamans are usually the target in arena. Any DPS shaman is like almost automatically the target, and then healers get targeted a lot too, which I'm used to at this point. I'm pretty tanky, so I don't mind being the target. But it's really weird because I feel like I can tank anything pretty well, and I don't have too much trouble living against anything that tries to burst me down, except for any combination of mage rogue. If there's a mage rogue or a mage rogue plus X on me, I like literally cannot press a button. Like I can trinket and press one global, and then other than that, I just stand there unable to play my character for like 20 seconds. It's with all the stuns and like the CC and the blanket silences. It's pretty unfun being a shaman against that. You can NS heal yourself, and then you just basically sit there watching your screen for like 20 seconds, unable to play the game. So it's pretty weird and binary, my survivability. I feel like I can survive against anything except for mage rogues, and I feel like I just am completely helpless. Like I can do literally nothing against mage rogues being on me. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but I basically get one global after I trinket. Now if I was an orc or someone who could actually like resist some stuns on occasion, it wouldn't perhaps be quite as bad. Alright, let's swim out to the middle of nowhere. So is there some sort of event on Bloodsail where they're all starting out? It's like a new season or anything, or what made them pick a particular day to start over again? I guess if you even know the backstory on that. I guess I had stopped looking at that channel for a while. If I'd known that that was starting on Wednesday, I might have actually just like waited and started a speedrun with that. But since I already started this one, I feel like since I've gotten through almost 20 levels of the most torturously slow leveling possible, kind of obliged to finish this one now since we're about to actually get to the point where we're a real class. So I'm definitely going to finish getting this one to 70 before I do any hardcore stuff. It's already underway. Oh yeah, that's right. Because you can run hardcore dungeons with their rule set as long as it's all hardcore people. Alright, we're pretty much in the middle of nowhere here, so I think it's faster to just port back to Moonglade and fly back to Aberdeen than to actually walk back here. And though it is kind of annoying to get to this flight path before you have seal form. Oh, there is a big one upcoming in a few months? Okay. See, that's what I remember hearing about during the beta tactics, was that like a few months in there was going to be some big season starting, and that was kind of where I was intending to start getting into hardcore. So yeah, if that's still happening, I'll probably start prepping for that in a couple months or something, when it's getting closer to that. Because I do want to do some hardcore stuff, but I just wanted to make sure there was actually going to be a community for it. Oh, that should be fun if everybody's starting over, because then it'll be kind of like an exciting, people trying to be the first to get to 70 on whatever class they're playing, and people will probably be pushing themselves, so you have some higher risk of death and all that. Just seems fun in general.
Be careful.
I'll probably forget what faction I'm playing and like run into the wrong town and die to guards. Yeah, if I had to bet on the way that my first hardcore character would die, it would probably be something like that. If not to Murlocs, just like clicking on the wrong faction thing or something. I need 5 earth root for the druid quest. I've got more than enough.
What brings you here? Peace be with you.
Still gonna do this Black Fathom Depths quest here off the mobs that are no longer elite. I mean, honestly, you could probably do most of the quests in Black Fathom Depths as a druid just solo if you went in like the high 20s.
Hello.
But
Farewell.
none of the quest rewards are particularly good for druid,
I am on.
which is the only reason I don't really bother.
May the stars guide you.
Like, if you could actually get a meaningful upgrade out of doing that, I probably would just go solo a handful of BFD quests. Like 27 or 28 or something. Normally I do the escort down into Ashen Vale at this point, but I think I might actually be able to get 20 without doing that. I think on Druid I might come back later to do the escort and this absent-minded prospector line, because the one of the items you get out of that line is actually pretty important for Druids. Like, it gives you good DPS stats and cat on the glove slot, and there's like no other glove with good stats till much later. I tested it once a few days ago at like, I don't know, I think I was level 22 or 23 just to see if it was actually working. And yeah, I was able to actually complete it. I know in the past it's been buggy to where sometimes it just spawns a whole bunch of extra stuff, like way more than it's supposed to for no reason. But that time it didn't, so I guess I'll just hope it's fixed overall. Oh, there's like 2 in this cave. Gross. Oh, here's one more. This is the quest that we need the earth root for. Just have to gather a bunch of random stuff. So for anyone wondering why I actually leveled herbalism and alchemy a little bit, it's because you need 5 earth root for this druid class quest. And I'm playing solo self-found, so I can't just buy them off the auction house. I'm not gonna try it yet. Probably after I finish the rest of the Draenei area, in like the 22, 23 range. I'll probably come back and do the escort, all the escort quests at the bottom of the zone, as it leads into Ashenvale. Was one of the reasons I skipped the escort quest before. Was that it leads you back to Darnassus, but some of the Druid quests force you to go there anyway, so it's like not as big of a time loss as it is on Shaman. Still on the lookout for, I wouldn't mind finding a few more silver leaf, because I have a decent stockpile of earth root, and that way I can just make myself a bunch of those strength potions right before I get cat form. Like, as of now, if I had to choose, I would probably do Shaman. I'm not sure if everybody was rolling Horde side in a few months when that happens, like Tactics was talking about, or that was just the one that's starting again in a couple days, but if I get a chance to practice like a Horde side 1 to 70 by then I might do a hardcore 1 to 70 Shaman to start off. And just do it on the Horde side as a change of pace. I assume that whatever class I choose to play, I'll probably like I'll probably still be doing it kind of speedrun style, where I would want to be the first person to 70 on whatever class I play when that thing goes live. That would just be like a goal to shoot for. So might still be a little unsafe in playstyle, but that's kind of how I roll. I still kind of like to prioritize speed. Yeah, Horde Paladin is another good one for hardcore. Well, I guess any Paladin, just kind of... You have enough cooldowns to kind of get you out of anything. The only danger would be just continuing to play if you were, like, out of all your cooldowns. Like, some of these bears are so tanky. Yeah, that's why I was kind of excited about, I guess, like, everybody starting at the same time. Just because, you know, not only can you play hardcore then, but it's kind of like a race as well, where you can race to be, you know, one of the first of whatever class you're playing on hardcore. So that makes it, like, double interesting to me, because I like hardcore anyways, but I also like racing. Oh shit. Let's see, Tactics is on board for the hardcore races. Yeah, the each class thing would be awesome, since, like, obviously there's a huge difference between the classes. And granted, I guess a lot of people play Hunter and Warlock, so there'll be more competition for those. Not to get way ahead of things here too, but there's also the possibility that it might be something that Method might be interested in. I was talking with them for a while about, like, streaming with them, but I know in general they like streaming, like, the race stuff. You know, like, obviously the Race to World first, but every time Classic or TBC Classic comes out, they usually have, like, an overall stream of the races and stuff too. If the hardcore one turns into, like, a big event where a lot of people are, you know, are racing for it, the fact that it's hardcore would make it interesting streaming content. Might be something they'd be interested in hopping on board with as well.
Well met. Safe travels.
So I did this escort of the Dryad over here on my Shaman, I believe. But I'm either not doing it, or I'm going to do it back at, like, later at, like, 23 when I come back here, because doing this escort right now as a Druid would take just absolutely forever. Because half of these mobs here that you have to go through are the ones that heal themselves to full, and, you know, obviously Druid doesn't really have any way to deal with that other than their 1 minute cooldown. So you just have to constantly fight mobs that are full healing as you escort the Dryad out of here. So I do not think I want to spend that much time for a kind of low XP quest. It's only worth like 1,300 or something. The rare spawn is up here overall. His positioning is a little awkward. Might be hard to pull him without getting all the stuff. Let's see if I can get just this thug here. These healers here, the disciples, are the ones you really want to avoid on Druid. You know, like on Shaman, it's fine because you have Earth Shock, right? But they, their heals literally full heal. And let's see if I have a way to stop it. Just fighting one of those things takes absolutely forever. Okay, let's see if we can... I can kill this guy if I can pull him away from the healer. Let's see if we can get him over here. Man, so tantalizingly close to cat form. Yeah, I think I definitely am gonna wait on the escort into Ashenvale. I was kind of intending on doing it here at 19, but I just realized that while I'm doing the Druid quests here, I'm gonna have enough XP to get to 20 without it, so makes more sense to just do it at the same time as I'm back here doing all these other escorts in like another 3 or 4 levels. Yeah, those are the best talents, basically in any tree for leveling Druid up till, you know, mid game or so. It's pretty much. I kind of feel the same way about the improved Ghost Wolf with Shaman. That's why people ask me, like, you know, are you leveling Feral or Enhancement or something else? I'm like, well, it feels like there's not really a choice. Like, early on, you have to be Feral. I mean, you need Feral Swiftness, otherwise you're just going to be way slower. For Shaman, you need improved Ghost Wolf. It's like no other combination of talents is going to compare to just the faster movement speed you get from those things early in the tree. Yeah, unless you're doing like a twinked out run where you have people to teleport you around or something. Yeah. I think I actually plan to use stealth stuff quite a bit as a cat. One of the primary reasons is the fact that they get that 30% movement bonus. So whenever you're about to go to stealth, you can jump right before hitting stealth, and it will carry your speed over without slowing it down from going into stealth, right? Whereas on rogues, you know, other than sprint, they run around at 100% speed, so it takes longer to set up stealth openings as a rogue compared to a druid. Because druid has that bonus speed to like just fly at people in stealth off of a jump, get there faster. A 6-slot bag, how generous. I'm going to snag these sea creatures here on the beach, and then I think we'll just train and port back. That should be more than enough for 20. No, that's actually one of the reasons why I personally find speed leveling in TBC to be a lot more fun. Is because in Classic, you basically are going to run out of quests. And so you're going to either have to grind or you're going to have to follow like almost the exact same path. Just because there's not very much variety available. Whereas in TBC, the quests are worth so much more that going 1 to 58, for example, you'll still have a ton of quests left to do. And so you can basically pick and choose the zones that you want to go to, you know, based on the ones you like or the ones you feel are the fastest or the ones that give the best quest rewards for the class you're playing. And there's a lot more variety available in creating routes 1 to 60 in TBC for that reason. So you no longer have to compare doing a quest to like just grinding. Now you compare basically how good is this quest compared to like the other quests I would be skipping in its stead. Oh god. More of a party than I wanted here. That is pretty lame. My bash missed, so it got the heal off, wasn't able to kill it, and now I'm probably dead. Oh, I guess they're all gonna reset at a very convenient time. Okay, I guess I'm fine. Thank you, Octical. Yeah, we're looking pretty good now since we're gonna get cat form here pretty shortly. Things should pick up quite a bit. Of course, now I have to kill this healer again with no bash up. It is so terrible fighting mobs that heal as a druid in early levels. Oh, my bash is back up. Ooh, and it actually landed this time. Pog. Okay, I think my bash should be up by the time I kill this thing. Hopefully it doesn't add to the other one over there. But as long as I can actually kill it before it heals, I should be able to kill 2 mobs at once. Oh my god. I don't want to switch out of form here to Moonfire it because I'm already low on mana. So just slowly swim after it as a bear. Oh god, we did get... Okay, as long as I can bash its heal, I think we should be fine. Oh, I guess it's not even going to heal. Perfect. Oh god. Kill too many murlocs, you just end up with like infinite garbage in your inventory. Okay, should be good for 20 now. About to finally pick up.
Greetings. Elune light your path.
Oops.
Ishnu Allah. Ashafela.
Yeah, you do have to sell a bunch of crap. I wish I had a better add-on for selling stuff. I have one that sells gray items, but I feel like I could maybe find a better add-on for just vendoring useless trash.
Goddess bless you. Go in peace.
Let me see, actually maybe there's... I've got auto vendor. Oh, maybe that'll help. It will like automatically sell mail and plate stuff I get as well.
Greetings, Del Nadris.
This girl gives you a quest to go to whatever the hell the town name is, Astronar.
How may I help?
Next area, but you have to wait for her to do a little bit of RP there. I don't think it's a huge difference, but when you're a druid, you have like freaking 60 or 70 attack power, so the bear form between 10 and 20, you know, 8 extra attack power, like every little bit helps, as druids are just that slow early on. I mean, the main reason that I'm doing it isn't so much for the potions, it's because that quest I just turned in, you need to have 5 earth root for it, for the druid class quest. And if you're playing solo self-found, you can't just buy earth root off the auction house. You kind of just have to pick them yourself. And so I figured if I already have to level herbalism till 15 and then pick some earth root. So you may as well just make some basic starter potions with your excess herbs with alchemy as well. It's not that I'm expecting them to make like a huge difference, but so we're picking some herbs anyway, may as well. I can actually put a point into Feral Swiftness right now at 20. A hardcore player, nice, nice. Yeah, so I'll probably still run into a few Silverleaf here and there in the Draenei area. So, just with like the extra stuff I have lying around, I can make another like 10 of these potions. I'll just give my cat an extra 8 attack power, through the 20s. It's not terrible. It's definitely debatable if it's worth doing or not if you don't need herbalism for something else, but, since Druid needs it anyway. thank you. Yeah, we're almost there. So there's actually a druid trainer, like right when you get off the boat in Bloodwatch. So I don't even need to go back to Moonglade. I can just head right over to the Draenei area now. Pick up cat form on the way. This is the next part of the Druid class quest. We just have to use some item on a bunch of sick deer. But, like I said, all these class quests scale with your level, so there's no rush. I'll just do this when I'm back here in a few levels, when I'm doing all the escorts on the southern part, like as I walk down there. Because at some point in the Prospector chain, it will tell me to go back to Darnassus, and some point during this chain also, when you're finished, it'll want you to go back to Darnassus, so might as well do those at the same time. Oh, now I can do that, that one quest that I was getting all salty about the other day that I couldn't even get access to because all those fireball spamming mobs were like stacked on top of each other by the entrance. Now that I have cat form, you can actually fight those things without it taking like 20 seconds per mob. Still not super fast because you don't have an interrupt with cat form, but at least you can just like burst them down pretty well even through the frost armor. It's kind of a weird random spot for a druid trainer. I think this is the only time I even actually use them.
How may I help?
Okay, we don't actually need that.
Goddess,
So for druid, you get to save money on food and drinks. Like you have to use them sometimes, but compared to shaman, actually let me bust out my cat form stuff here.
open your heart to the light. Be kind to those less.
Oh, thanks, Matt Shepard. Still raiding weekly? Yeah. I'm still doing arena and raids on the Shaman. It's just, I've geared it up to the point where there's nothing I really need to do other than those weekly, so I have a lot more free time now. Scrap, you can use a keybind? Huh, that does actually sound... Yeah, that, in terms of saving time, I mean, it definitely takes more APM, but that does sound like way more efficient if you remember to do that during, downtime. That's pretty interesting. I have to look into that add-on. Oh yeah, so I was saying that you get to save a bunch of money on food and drinks compared to Shaman, because Shaman has to just like eat those constantly at lower levels. But you have to train a bunch of stuff as Druid. You can't skip as many skills
Warm wishes to you.
with Druid as I think with Shaman.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
You kind of have to train all the bear skills too, all the healing skills.
My attention.
Like you can skip the Moonkin ones at higher levels, that's about it.
All prices here are reasonable. Remain
May the
vigilant.
light embrace you. All prices here are reasonable. You wish to buy? Trade? Safe journey.
Okay, so we're gonna switch up the order slightly compared to how I did on my Shaman. So since I'm not a Draenei, I don't have access to that big quest chain that has you fight all those elites and stuff and gives you the crit ring. But I can still do the elite dragon up here that gives you the chest with hit. So I think we're just gonna start with that because that chest will actually be pretty useful for all the rest of the quests we're about to do. Most of the rest of the quests here are pretty grindy. So I may as well get the big chest upgrade right at the start here. Yeah, that 2 hit rating is worth like almost an entire hit at this level. Unfortunately, due to not being a Draenei, I also can't get that other quest over there that gives you the swim speed buff, but... So I want to put points into Feral's. So this one's an automatic take. And then 2 points in Feral Swiftness as soon as you can is automatic take. These 5 points here doesn't really matter. You can kind of put them in whatever the hell you want. Just have a little bit more armor. Like this talent is pretty underwhelming unless you're in bear form a lot. Which I won't be from this point on, but it's not like any of this other stuff is that good. It's one that improves your stealth, but it's not really that necessary. There's this one that improves demoralizing roar, but I barely ever use that, especially now that I have cat form. And you don't even get ferocious bite until like level 32 or something, which is really weird to have a first tier talent that buffs a level 32 ability. So right now it's kind of funny because you, like the rip finisher is so bad at this point that you basically don't have a finisher unless you're fighting something super tanky. Like finishing people with a dot is not super great, needless to say. Your cat doesn't do much at this level. It doesn't have like any of the ambush or cheap shot or backstab or any of those abilities yet. You'll start getting a lot more stuff in the 20s, but for now you kind of just Sinister Strike things. But still a lot better than what we've had access to so far. Yeah, the Ferocious Bite isn't actually even that good. Like, it does surprisingly little damage. It gets much better at higher levels, but... There's a point in, like, the mid to late 30s where I'm actually going to, like, switch over to a little... Even though we have Ferocious Bite at that point, like I was saying, Ferocious Bite's pretty underwhelming early on. I'm going to go, like, a bleed style for grinding in the mid to late 30s where you're using the bleed from the cheap shot pounce, and then you're using, like, rip and then some other random bleed ability. You kind of, like, run off to the next mob while the first one bleeds out behind you. Yeah, the energy dump is pretty rough also. I wish you could disable that, honestly. It makes a pretty big difference later on, but early on it's like, oh nice, you just stole 60 energy to do almost no... like 30 more damage or something. Oops. Probably shouldn't even be bothering with caster form opens now that I have cat. I guess it's fine because I have no cat energy anyway, because I keep having to switch to human form to loot these things. Oh, it'll be many streams. We're doing this one solo self-found. So, like, this character isn't going to be twinked out or anything. It's just, like, basically emulating if someone just picked up a new character on a new server where they didn't know anybody and they had no money. They're just kind of leveling it from scratch. So it's going to be a long, long process. We'll be doing our best to make it as efficient as possible, but early on, druids are one of the slowest levelers, like probably the slowest leveler. So it'll get a lot faster as we go, but like the first 30 levels or so, while you're getting cat form and then starting to get some of the cat form abilities, definitely it definitely takes a while to get through that level range. I think the biggest way to lose time while leveling is if you're not playing just one of those absolutely dominant leveling classes like Warlock or Hunter, you should really try to avoid doing quests and fighting mobs that are like at your level or above. It's usually much better overall to try to do quests and fight mobs that are like a few levels below you. You know, not right at the start. You know, if you're level 6, you don't want to be fighting like level 2 mobs, but it's a lot faster overall, and one of the things people don't know about is you don't lose any experience for quests until they're 6 levels below you. So overall, it tends to be a lot faster, like as you start getting higher level, to like go into an area and just really quickly blitz through a bunch of quests that are a few levels below you. You know, killing things quickly without much downtime is going to be much faster for a lot of classes than like constantly trying to do stuff that's like at your level or higher. Which is one of the problems with a lot of the guides that were written back in the day are from like the hunter perspective. So the guides will have you like doing quests and fighting mobs that are like 2 levels above you. If you're like a druid or a shaman or something that's kind of weak, or a warrior or rogue, like it's gonna take you so long to do those quests compared to if you did them when you're a couple levels above them instead. So I think that's one of the most common things I see people like waste a lot of time on, I guess. Is just thinking that, doing things that are a few levels below you is bad, when in reality for most classes it's actually optimal. And there are exceptions, of course. Like, there'll be times, I say that, and there'll be times where you'll see me, doing a quest that has stuff that's way above me. But the only time I do that is because it's for a specific reason. Like, the quest reward for the thing I'm doing gives, like, a giant upgrade of some kind of gear. And then I'll try to do it, I'll try to do it early, so the mobs might be a few levels above me. But pretty much the vast majority of time you see me killing things above my level, it's usually going to be because, like, the quest reward is important, or the quest chain is important in some way. It's generally not optimal to fight things at or above your level. Why are most of my abilities macroed? The reason most of my abilities are macroed is that every time you train a new ability of stuff, it's kind of annoying to have to drag everything out of your spellbook and put the new ranks on. But if you have a macro that's just basically the ability name plus start attack, you don't have to update your spell ranks because it will automatically use the highest rank. So, for example, most of my macros look like this, or it's just like, I know Claw automatically updates, but stuff like Healing Touch, for example, that makes it so I don't have to just constantly replace things on my bar as I level. I do have a few more macros that are like slightly more elaborate for the forms and stuff, but for the most part, that's what all my macros are. It's kind of the same for Shaman. I would just use the ability name and then start attack. Like for, wait, I'll put my bear form and my cat form macros and stuff on. I guess after this stream on my my macro section in Discord. But if this for bear form, it's, it's not complicated, but it's a little more in-depth, because you want to be able to shift in and out of forms. But I'm not really using anything super fancy, it's mostly just the, like, the quality of lifestyle macro. Because, I mean, not only is it annoying to update the ranks on your bars constantly, but you always have that, like, nagging doubt, like, oh, did I forget to update this ability? And then sometimes you figure out you've been using, like, a lower rank of a spell for 10 levels, and you're just like, oh my god. Yeah, stuff like that saves buttons is nice. I might have to start making some of those later when I have more abilities. But for now, they're pretty simple macros overall. once I get a couple more levels, I'll probably I have an add-on that does like an energy tick as well. That can be kind of helpful once you start getting Tiger's Fury or like backstab and ambush and stuff, so you can try to use energy abilities at like the right time, right before a tick happens. It's not something you have to do on every mob, but in the situations where you're at full energy and you're approaching a mob, it can be worth it. Oh yeah, I think I just put that in when I was typing. At least it was that macro was working before, so it would be weird if that typo was in there beforehand. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, nug energy. I'm asleep. I won't be able to interrupt the breath of this elite dragon for this quest, but it should still be fine. As compared to Shaman, it's harder because I don't have Tremor Totem and I don't have shocks for the breath, but it should still be pretty doable on a level 20 Druid. So we actually get big value out of Rip, since the mob has so much HP. It'll probably only be a problem if he, like, breaths me and then fears me right as my heal is about to go off or something. Ooh. Breath right off the bat. Oh my god, this guy's actually kind of crushing me with his breath spam. But we've got 2 dots on him now, so I basically just have to live. Oh, he did the thing I was worried about. I'm looking forward to the mid-30s, because you get a lot of big gear upgrades for Druid in the mid-30s. Like, my gear will be pretty trash up till that point. And this is the first time I've actually had to, like, look around for these tiers. Usually you just kind of run into 2 of them while doing this quest. I didn't see another one for some reason. There we go. So, Dust Wallow has a ton of items that have good stats for Druid, and the Arathi Water quest that you can start doing in the mid-30s, they basically have your best in slot feral weapon up until Outlands, and so you can do all that stuff, and I'll be trying to do that stuff early, so when I'm doing those quests, that'll be kind of an exception to the rule I was talking about earlier, where you want to do quests that have mobs that are lower level than you. So I'll be fighting things above me in level there to try to get those rewards. So that's kind of... that'll kind of be the point where this Druid starts to take off a little bit. It's like, right now it's got cat form, so it's a lot faster than it's been up till this point. But the cat form doesn't really have good abilities yet, and my gear is pretty bad overall still. But by the time I hit like the mid to late 30s, I'll have most of the good cat abilities and I'll have good gear. you know, relatively speaking, for solo self-found. So things will actually start picking up quite a bit at that point. And then we'll get leader of the pack and another few levels after that as well. So mid 30s to 40 is when I'm looking forward to this druid becoming a lot more fun. I think just sleep me twice in 1 second. There we go. So this chest we have here, we're gonna be using this for a long time. Other than there's another chest that has like plus 30 attack to beasts that we can put on when we're fighting beasts. But other than that, we'll be using this for quite some time. See that that 2 hit rating is giving us 0.87% chance to hit, so that's a pretty big deal. The Bis weapon, God, I'm so bad at remembering the name of it because it's totally random. It's like Servomatic Sledgehammer or some shit like that. It's that really weird 2.2 speed mace. It's a two-handed 2.2 speed mace. It's from the Water Quests in Arathi. And in Classic, it used to be one of those weird items that nobody ever got. Because the only stats it has was like +7 to two-handed mace skill. But in TBC, they changed that to expertise rating. And it's pretty much the only weapon you can get with expertise rating as you level. And so it's going to be your best in slot druid weapon up until you have access to outland stuff. You know, within reason. Like, I'm not counting stuff like Atiesh or whatever, but... There we go. Okay, I'm glad someone knows the name of it. So I went from like a completely useless two-hand weapon that nobody ever used for anything to actually it's very viable for a lot of classes for like a short window before 40. Like if you had two-handed mace skill already leveled up, you could even use that on a shaman from like 35 to 40 or 36 to 40. Same for like a warrior before they get Mortal Strike. You know, once you have Mortal Strike, you're not going to want it because of the fast speed. But for a lot of classes, now that it gives expertise rating, it's good for like 4 or 5 levels. And for druid, it's good for like 30 levels. Or like 25 or something.
Arcanon Poros. May your days be long and your hardships few.
What's I mean, it's hard to say exactly. There's a point where enough AP will be better than hit, but like since the item is expertise rating on the weapon, it mitigates a lot. Like if you get it right at level 35, it gives you 13 expertise, which is removes 6.5% mitigation. So mobs will dodge and parry you 3.25% less each. And then it will scale down as you level because of the expertise rating. But like in the 30s, when you first get that mace, it's pretty huge. Like over 6% mitigation removed from mobs. Part I couldn't get into before because all those mobs were like stacked on top of each other. It looks like somebody cleared them out, so it's just one here. The reason I couldn't get to this quest before is because this dude here was actually 3 mobs stacked on top of each other, which was impossible to kill for a bear at that level. without doing like all sorts of crazy shenanigans, like trying to kite them all over the place and then reset them. Which sounded like too much effort. Especially since these things respawn behind you and run all over the place, so... Normally I get this quest done before I go back to Darkshore at like level 16, but because of those stacked bugged mobs I wasn't able to before. Oh, we already got the amulet. So we're just kind of making a circuit, finishing the rest of these quests here. A lot of these are really grindy, which is why I wait till getting cat form to actually start doing them. So it'll be like, you know, kill 10 of these mobs, kill 10 of another, get 8 drops from this mob, kill like 16 spiders, kill like 20 satyrs, kill a billion murlocs. That's like all of the quests we have left are stuff like that. So, way more efficient, even though the mobs are considerably lower level than us at this point. Still way faster overall, way more efficient to fight them now that I have cat form. Even though I'm like up to 5 levels ahead of some of these mobs. If you're asking if it stacks with the cat form talent, it doesn't stack. But if you have cat form and you don't have the feral swiftness talent, then it would work.
Hearken on Poros. The Naru have not forgotten us. Good fortune.
This quest here I also normally do before going to Darkshore, because you don't actually have to fight anything, you just have to hit him with that flare gun. But that's actually a follow-up to that quest we just got here, so since I wasn't able to get in there before, I couldn't actually do that quest. So I'll have to pick up the follow-up to it back at town. Is it worth it to go Furor after Feral Swiftness and then respec at 40 for Mangle? I think there's a point in time where that's fine. So you want to have 2 points in Feral Swiftness at all times, no matter what, right? But, like, let's say you had money ahead of time so you could buy your mount right at 30. Then I guess at that point you wouldn't really need Feral Swiftness. or if you waited till like level 32, you could have Feral Swiftness and up to Omen of Clarity. And so if you respect at like, if you're going to pick up 5 out of 5 Furor, you should go all the way down to Omen of Clarity, 11 points in. So I guess it's viable to do that at like 30 or 32, depending on if you have the mount or not. I couldn't really say if it's better, but it would be fine to do so. In fact, it might be a slightly better build overall during that small window between like 32 and 40, where you get Leader of the Pack. Yeah, I'm with you there. I would never drop Feral Swiftness. So for me, if I was going to consider that, basically since I'm not going to be able to get the Wolf's Head Helm, you know, because they're doing solo self-found, Furor isn't like as big a deal for me, I guess. But yeah, if I was going to go this talent, I would probably respec at 32 and have 11 points so I could get Omen of Clarity, which is pretty good. And then I'd have the 12 points in Feral. And then once I reach level 40, I'd probably just respec all into Feral again for Leader of the Pack. So I guess there'd be like that 8-level window where you could go that build if you wanted to. I don't know if it's like strictly better, but they both seem viable. That spider quest over here, though, being a druid is actually pretty good for that, because if you guys remember that quest where you have to break the webs, can be really annoying sometimes. But for druids, it's super easy, because you just use a low rank of Moonfire, and then the web will die when you're like way far away from it, so the mob inside won't aggro you. Yeah, this timer just calculates when you're. This is based off like the WoW API, so it does it based off of like your play time. So it only goes while I'm in game, and this is going to be like, you know, around the like 100 hours plus for a run. So it's definitely not going to be all one sitting. So we're just doing solo self-found, so we're not getting like boosted or anything. It's just the kind of leveling the standard way as quick as possible, but you know, 1 to 70 from scratch definitely takes a long ass time on most classes. Like, you know, Hunter and Mage can do it quite a bit faster than the others, but the majority of classes it's like a 100+ hour event. So yeah, I'm gonna try to get it done, you know, within a couple weeks. Stream pretty regularly. Yeah, Paladins are pretty good as well, because they can do the Zul'Farrak AoE farm without... they can actually do that solo self-found. Plus they're just kind of fast in general. Like, Paladins are a little bit boring at early and mid levels just because they don't have too many buttons to press, but they're still like very good, very fast levelers overall.
Blessings upon you.
Priest was the only class I could even think of that might approach being as slow as a druid in the early levels, just because you have to... Yeah, if you're playing solo self-found, you have to like craft your own wand, which can kind of take a while. But you know, considering most people that are leveling a priest are just going to buy wands off the auction house, then you know, priest with a wand is definitely going to be way faster than a cat formless druid. Yeah, that is kind of one of the annoying things about Druid is the cat form attack speed is so fast, 1.0, that it's a lot more difficult to, you know, semi-kite the mobs along with you as you're running. It's easy to do against fast mobs, but against slow mobs you actually just have to like backpedal like this if you want to maintain full uptime on your autos as a Druid, which is not great, but if you strafe, especially with your cat bonus movement speed, you just actually won't be hitting the mob, because you'll be out of range of it most of the time. As compared to Paladins that use slow-ass weapons so they can move around a lot between swings. These spider noises are kind of loud, not gonna lie. Oh my god. Okay, thanks a lot. Mark Fizman for gifting the 5 subs, man. That's huge. I appreciate that very much. The fitting celebration to finally getting cat form, right? Yep, we're starting the long road to druid leveling, actually getting kind of fun as we start getting cat abilities and stuff. Yeah, thank you so much for those gifted subs. Okay, 14 and 330. Yeah, that's definitely faster than my druid was. It was like, yeah, like 50 minutes behind that pace. I know, just from memory, my shaman was 15 around like 330. I think my druid was like barely 13 at 330, maybe even less than 13. So, where druid is like considerably behind shaman and priest in the early going. Yeah, I think it's got a pretty strong hold on that title of slowest 1 to 20 leveler. Add-on is called Speedrun Splits. Yep, there's actually a Nightbot command for the add-ons I'm currently using too. Surprisingly, I actually updated it for Druid. I think it was, prior to that, it was like still using my Hunter add-ons from like 2 years ago. Oh, interesting. I never even really tried to speed level a priest. I thought not having a wand would be more of a big deal, 1 to 10, but I guess not. I'll take your word for it, because I never really messed around with priests too much. Okay, the perfect one for this is like rank 2 Moonfire here. So it'll kill these things, but you'll be, pretty far away by the time they die. So the mobs that come out of these webs aren't going to aggro you. But you'll still get credit for the quest when it's the dudes you're trying to save in here. It's so much better to do it this way, where you don't have to fight all these extra mobs. I used to like clear these webs as I went up, and then you just have to fight a whole bunch of extra random junk. Because like I just opened like 8 of them, and I still am 0 out of 5. I guess the percentage chance of getting the guys you're supposed to rescue is really low out of these webs. So you just end up fighting a ton of unnecessary mobs if you stick close to the webs after you kill. Oh my god. No, 2 out of 5 after like 16 webs or something, so hopefully I don't run out of webs without getting 5 of these. I'm sure you remember my my mage 1 to 15 guide from the classic beta, huh? there we go. Okay, somehow ended up with 5 out of 5, just moonfiring them randomly behind us. Alrighty, have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. So I actually have, you'll notice here that I have a good amount of quests to turn in, but I'm actually intentionally not turning them in so that I can stay at 20 here as long as possible. Because like I was saying, most of these quests that we're doing right now are the super grindy ones, where it's just like having us kill a couple dozen of like 1,000, just a ton of different mobs. So I would rather be level 20 for all these quests where I'm killing a bunch of mobs a few levels under me. I'll just get more experience for it. Whereas being 21 doesn't really give me a meaningful power spike because I don't get a new ability or anything. So after I finish up these quests here, then I'll do like a turn-in run, and then just do a few more of the straggler quests, and we'll be done with this area.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Dang, 15 healing spells on a staff this early? That's surprisingly high. Thankfully, I don't have to do... When I'm here on my Shaman, you have an extra quest where you have to get, like, 6 drops from these spirits. And they're a pretty low drop rate. Sometimes you have to kill, like, 2 or 3 dozen of these things. And then you have to swim all the way out here into the middle of nowhere to talk to that water elemental, so... it'd be nice to not have to do the water totem quest. I guess now that I don't have spiders hissing in my face, we can sound back. One thing I meant to do is actually turn in some of these to get an attack power boost, but I don't think I had 10 last time I was in town. Probably gonna have like 70 of these by the time I'm done questing here, so at least I'll have like I can get that 10 attack power buff from turning these in. Get like 7 or 8 of those before I move on to Ashenvale. On the plus side, 21 to 22 should be super fast. Most of that level range will just be turning in quests. Oh yeah, we're fast now. Zoom. And immediately get dazed. I actually, on my Shaman, I have my, I had my Earth Shock set to mouse wheel up, and surprisingly, after, spamming mouse wheel up, as I was using it for a long time, well, my finger actually started to get sore after, so many days of doing that. Surprisingly. So I think with cat it would probably be even worse because I would be spamming that even more. Might just be the mouse I have. I've got one of those the Razer Death Adder where it's kind of got a grippy middle mouse button. Maybe my fingers are just weak. Oh god, these physical weakness curses are so bad on cat. It takes away half my damage. I do get remove curse, but not for another few levels. Maybe it's 22. I think it's either 22 or 24 I get that. Maybe I might try some. If my one spamming finger ends up getting sore, I might try some other things, but for whatever reason that hasn't been an issue for me in the past. That was always the button I spam for Rogue, Sinister Strike and stuff too. Apparently my left hand is made of tougher stuff. Oh shit, what do we have here? Actually got a BOE wrist that's pretty good. 2 agility, 1 stam. I mean, it's nothing impressive, but you can't really get bracers with agility outside of random drops. There's no good agility quest bracers for quite some time. You can buy some from vendors, you can get some from drops as you quest. Oh, yeah, this is the former vanilla hunter. Now living the hybrid life. Maining a shaman for TBC and just playing some different style of classes this time around. Thank God this quest giver over here is a vendor. I do need a little bit of silver leaf still.
Pleased to meet you. Need assistance? Hi, how are you? Can I help you?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty lucky overall on the finger issues. Like I was saying, my hands and fingers might get like a little bit sore from having things on certain buttons, but it's nothing too bad. At least considering how goddamn old I am, I should be happy that I haven't had any serious finger issues or hand issues with how much I play video games. Oh, were you out there in that Devil Sore Mafia Wars? Where everybody was fighting for the Devil Sore skins those first couple weeks. No, I don't do cooking. I'm not like hard set against it. Like maybe if somebody showed me a recipe that took like kind of a low amount of cooking skill, it gave really good stats, I might consider it, but I hadn't seen anything yet. Like, most of the stat food you get early on is, like, just, like, spirit and stamina and stuff. Doesn't really seem like it's worth the effort, but, you know, maybe there's some stat food I'm not aware of at low levels. Oh yeah, I definitely have cooking trained. It's just level 1. Yeah, training cooking to unlock some of those extra quests for sure is worth it. Just up till now, I hadn't really seen a reason to level it. It seemed like the food you could make wasn't really worth the effort, but I'm you know, not 100% sold on that. Like, there might just be some low mid-level recipe I'm not aware of that has stats that make it worth it. Oh, you were talking about vanilla, not classic. Oh wow. Oh, on Frostwolf. Okay. Dang, super old school. Oh yeah, I remember there was this one Night Elf hunter on Frostwolf that would always, he always had that old version of Spirit Bond, Jonin, I think his name was, Naruto fan or something. He's like a Night Elf hunter, he was one of the only ones I ever saw use the old school Spirit Bond. I actually fought him in Ungoro a few times as well. That talent was actually pretty good if you can get a hold of Broken Tooth. Drop rate on some of these Murloc items is so low.
Hi, how are you? You have a great day now. Pleased to meet you. Alrighty then.
Alright, hopefully we can finish this bear quest on the way back to town here. Oh yeah, I remember that, the Paladin wreck bombing Kezak with the one shot. I might end up running out of bears before I actually finish this thing. This one's the lowest level quest here for grinding. It's level 16 quest, so I actually want to turn it in before getting 22. So I don't lose any XP, but drop rate so far has been super bad. Killed a ton of these bears, but I only have 3. Possible I might have to skip this quest, or turn it in a level late. I don't want to sit around waiting for respawns on this like low-level quest here. Yeah, I think I'll either just have to skip it or turn it in a level late. I'm swinging back out here to do one more round of quests after I turn some stuff in town in. I can run into some more bears then, but I'll probably be level 22 before I get the chance to turn it in, so it'll only be worth 80% XP. Yep, I dare say we're a real class now. But 20 to 21 was actually just like, it was mostly just grinding mobs. It wasn't even that many quest turn-ins. So this 21 to 22 here will actually be super fast overall because of that. I get Shred at 22. I low-key, I'm actually a big fan of Shred while leveling. Most of the, like, I looked up some Druid stuff when I was first starting thinking about playing them, like looking up some Druid guides and all that. And most of them were saying you just like ignore Shred and don't use it at all while leveling, but I actually completely disagree with that. I think it's quite good at certain times.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
I think it's I actually feel like it's definitely worth putting 2 points into shredding attacks while leveling.
May the light embrace you.
Good fortune.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I'll be back with a vengeance over the next.
Each day
I'm gonna try to finish this run to 70. In a couple weeks, and it's going to be like a probably a 100-hour plus run, so there should be a lot of streaming action going on. All the stuff that was kind of keeping me from streaming before, like I had some pet medical issues. We had a giant heat wave here, and all that is cleared up, so I have a ton of free time over the next couple weeks. Get the streamer-rama going. A little free 8-slot bag from this quest.
Krona Kai Christor, be well.
Blessings upon you. Favor the road traveled by few.
warm wishes to you.
Yeah, these boots are pretty good. I was hoping to get these earlier, but I wasn't able to access the quest.
The Legion's end draws near. Dionys Akar.
Okay, we finally got this Mattis the Cruel quest. And this is the one that I definitely wanted to do before going back to Darkshore at like level 15 or so, because you get really good pants for basically not doing anything. All you have to do is shoot a flare gun at the dude. But since I was blockaded from getting the prereq quest for that, I wasn't able to do it till now. I'll have to search that guy out. Yeah, classic. See if we can run into enough bears here to finish this stupid flank quest while we're out here. I'm gonna do these couple quests over here as well, and then we can hit 22, turn all that stuff in, and then move back on. It's a very, very minor difference. The The only reason I really went professions is because I'm playing solo self-found, and one of the druid quests you need 5 earth root for. So, kind of needed to pick up herbalism anyway, so may as well grab alchemy too. It's in like the same location, and you can just make some really low-level pots with the herbs you have anyway. So I'm not gonna really be leveling them past this point. I'm just gonna use the herbs I have to, you know, make myself like a dozen of the lower strength potions or something, and then I'll probably be done with picking herbs and alchemy. Although if you're more focused on making money while you level, you definitely could keep leveling them up as you go. Just make yourself potions and stuff. It would definitely slow you down a bit overall. But some of the old world herbs and potions actually sell pretty well, depending on your server, so you might be able to actually make some decent money doing that. Oh my god, this stupid bear quest. Like, the drop rate on this thing always trolls me. Killed like 3 dozen bears. Yeah, stuff like herbing, skinning are probably the easiest to keep leveling up without like going out of your way. You know, mining's not bad, but sometimes you have to, you know, hang out more by the mountainous areas. Herbing and skinning, you'll just like run into all sorts of that junk just doing your normal questing path. Those... Oh my god. I'm so torn. Do I actually finish this bear quest? I'm not sure I can get... I'm not sure there's enough bears actually up right now that I can get 3. Maybe I should just stop trying to even do this quest. I feel like so often I end up like sitting at 4 out of 8 waiting on bear respawns. Oh. Now that I've complained about it a little bit. Yeah, like herbing alchemy would be more useful for actually buffing yourself as you go. But herb skinning, as long as you kept them leveled up, you can actually make pretty good money from skinning when you're going through Nagrand. Oh, Bear Quest, I hate you so much. We're like running around for 10 minutes now trying to get this last flank. Oh my god, we finally did it. I wish I could do these elite quests at the end here to get the crit ring, but alas.
The Legion's end draws near.
Draenei only.
The Legion will fall.
Alright, we're just gonna look for Mattis the Cruel, then finish these 2 quests over here that are in the same area. That is all for Blood Mist. Are there 3 mobs here? Okay. I guess they're all stacked on each other just like those other ones were. Now that I'm a cat, not nearly as much of an inconvenience. There's not that much reason to go into stealth right now. Basically, the only reason I'm doing it is against these casters and stuff. If I just run right into them, they'll have like a fireball halfway charged by the time I get on them. At least this way, I'm just on top of them before they start casting. And also, your attacks can't be parried out of stealth. So even if you're just opening with like a claw or something, as long as you do the jump stealth, it doesn't actually slow you down at all. Which you like most to level? I mean, they're pretty similar, where like both classes start out pretty slow, and then they really ramp up as you get levels. I would say Druid's more fun to play from like 20 to 40. I think once Enhancement Shaman gets 40, though, it's like one of the most fun classes to play in the game. So I'd probably take that. Just because just like the amount of burst damage you do, where you just like randomly almost one-shot mobs and stuff, is just really fun. You'll be able to do some pretty good damage with Druid a little later on too. Like if you do the Tiger's Fury into Ambush, or it's called Ravage for Druid, you can crit like casters for over like well over half their life. Unfortunately, there's no like talent that makes the cat ambush crit more. Like rogues have one that makes it a much higher chance to crit. So it's not very reliable, whereas Shaman's opening up with like Wind Fury procs and crits and stuff like that is pretty reliable. Thing's movement was so weird, I thought it was evade bugging for a second. So yeah, that is something I have at some point in the future to look forward to. Is like at some point I definitely will do a Horde Shaman speedrun, like a 1 to 70 as well. I didn't want to like get right back to it, but now that Tactics was mentioning that big like hardcore restart or whatever in a couple months that people were gonna do, that might be what the class I'm targeting for that. So I might try a hardcore Horde Shaman because they're just really fun to play. The other slight downside of cat form compared to like rogues, I guess, is I don't think there's any way to lower the cooldown on stealth. It's like always 10 seconds. So even if you are like almost one-shotting, you know, casters with your ambush, you couldn't go back into stealth anyway. Well, there'll be some level ranges where I use ambush, but I think once I actually get the cat form version of Cheap Shot, that's usually a more reliable opener than the cat ambush, unless you're hitting a target that's like really low armor or something. In general, it seems like the druid, I guess, rotation of which abilities you use, it changes a good amount as you level, mainly just because whatever like the new rank of stuff you get is usually like better than your alternative. Every 2 or 4 levels you might be changing the main abilities or the order you use abilities. Oh, don't aggro me. This is why I was kind of saying it's like there'll be a couple levels where you don't really get too much useful, but most of the time it's worth training every 2 levels as Druid, just because it's so easy to like, oh, I just finished all the quests in that area. I could hearth back to Bloodwatch, or I could just teleport to Moonglade, pick up my new skills, and then hearth back to Bloodwatch. And it's just pretty convenient for getting new skills. Moonfire is one ability I actually want to upgrade from here.
May the stars guide
Arcanon Poros.
The Legion will fall. Remain vigilant.
Good fortune. Remember the lessons of the past.
Okay, what do we end up with here? Oops, 70 exactly. Okay.
Arcanon Poros.
Just pick up a bunch of this small
May your days be long and your hardships few.
small attack power buffs.
High Christor. Remember the lessons of the past. Do not lose faith. Good health, long life. Blessings upon your family. Dionys Aka.
Each day is a blessing. Dionys Aka.
Be right back. Oh god, just missed the boat. Can't remember if there's a vendor over here. Oh, no such luck. Oh, unfortunate boat timing. I guess it would have been faster to just go back to Moonglade and fly or something. Okay, so next 3 points go into Sharpened Claws. Just 2% crit across the board. Super good. And initially when I was just doing like my test run to 40 to kind of just figure things out on Druid, I was taking Primal Fury and Predatory Strikes, but in reality, I think that shredding attacks, the one that makes your backstab less energy, I feel like this is actually a lot more value when you get it as early as possible than Primal Fury. This is basically the Druid equivalent of Seal Fate here, this talent, whereas when you crit, you get 2 combo points. But combo points like barely do anything for a Druid until later levels. You don't get Ferocious Bite till 32, and even then it's not very good. Once you get some higher levels of Rip and Ferocious Bite, like in the mid-30s to 40, the combo points start being pretty important, but I definitely don't feel like you need to get this Primal Fury talent early on, because combo points are like pretty close to worthless until later levels. And even when your backstab takes 60 energy, it's still considerably better than Claw. Like it definitely does more than 1.5 times the damage of Claw, which is 40 energy. So whenever you get like a clean opening, you can use Shred to open up. And then later, once you have the cheap shot, you can get off a couple shreds after the cheap shot. This shred is actually the reason why you may have heard people saying before Classic came out that druids were, you know, like fast levelers. And the reason people said that is that all private servers had a bug that would let you use shred while you were just 1v1ing a mob. You could basically just strafe and use backstab. So druids were super fast at leveling because they could just backstab the whole way. But, you know, it turned out to actually just be a bug, and it doesn't work on the Blizzard servers, so druids are back to being pretty damn slow overall. But it does go to show you that shred is like it's a very good attack when you can use it. So I do think it's worth putting the points into it for those situations.
What brings you here?
There's my druid class quest. Ha, there it is. Alright, well, there's a bunch of green deer all over the freaking place. Apparently my duty as a druid to save them. I don't think this map the Questy has on where the deer locations is very accurate. I'm pretty sure they go all the way down to the south here, even though on Questy it only shows them going like partway down. Hopefully I can finish this up while heading down here. I'm going to do all these escort quests now that we have a couple extra levels. In fact, it might actually be better overall to start this druid escort and then drag it over to the prospector escort. So I have one more thing to just possibly keep aggro off of the prospector. The prospector is so squishy, he's just like a level 16 mob that dies instantly when stuff gets on him. Which is why when that quest is bugging out, it becomes so annoying. Because sometimes when you get the bugged spawns, which are hopefully fixed by now, it seemed like they were fixed earlier, but the bugged spawns where like extra mobs spawn, you just can't deal with them because they kill the prospector so quickly, even if they don't actually kill you. What? I didn't want to just slap that deer in the head. I was trying to cure it. Yeah. The final cure. I don't even know how that attack ended up going off. I don't have, like, start attack bound to my cure animal self or anything.
The sleeper has awakened.
Alright, I've got my posse. Surely with this guy, we can't possibly fail to protect the prospector guy on his quest.
I'm awake.
There, like, should be plenty of time that I don't have to worry about running out of time, even kind of sidetracking this escort to do the other escort. It feels like this should work out just fine. Because this guy is actually super tanky, so I don't really have to worry about him dying. It's just the freaking level 16 prospector over here.
What's on your mind?
Alright, buddy, let's go. Alright, hopefully that guy's sleep isn't triggered by, like, combat or something. I'm assuming he's gonna actually help on this escort, but we'll see.
I'll make short work of them.
How are you?
Bear arms. I'll make short work of them. Bear arms. My path is clear. I'll make short work of them.
Alright, come on, buddy. Any day now.
What can I do for you?
Bear arms.
Look at this guy's at half life from one mob beating on him for like 6 seconds.
Great to meet you.
A low level one too. So when these like level 20 quest mobs and golems and stuff spawn, one of them get on him, he just like instantly dies. So this quest chain's, like, if you can complete it, the quest chain's definitely worth doing. It's just that for a long time this quest had issues with like buggy spawns where extra stuff would show up and just like spawn on top of the prospector and kill him. So I've been hoping that does not happen. So I brought along my my mercenary escort here, just in case. And hopefully he can soak up some of the spawns. Oh.
Our time is short.
Slow.
Bear arms.
Oh yeah, this caster here, like, freaking two-shots the prospector if he gets spells off on him. And of course this guy's just, like, ignoring the fight going on and running off to the next mob. Okay, I think we're home free. I haven't, it's usually this spot here that has the buggy spawns, which, at least now that I've tried this quest twice recently, seem to be fixed. I haven't had like 4 mobs spawn on top of the prospector's face. Oh. Stacking these escorts isn't quite as convenient as I thought it was going to be because this dude keeps falling asleep and then this other guy just like keeps walking even when I'm in combat. Oh my god, so they're going to get freaking desynced here. That's unfortunate. There's so many of these fights this guy is just like ignored and walked past, so I couldn't keep the other guy alive. Okay, hopefully... Oh, okay, good. I thought it was gonna fail me on this quest from getting too far out of range, but I guess it's got a pretty generous range. Alright, the plan is still going strong.
I'd rather be hibernating.
Oh shit, I still need 2 of these deer. Oh, hopefully there's some down here. It's probably not that big a deal, because I can just pick up 2 more right next to town later if I really need to. Aha. Let's see if I end up 1 short because of that one that I bonked on the noggin. Rip. Alright. I guess I will be 9 out of 10 on this quest because of that 1 deer that I killed. That's fine. I'll just take a very, very slight detour out of town to get the 10th one later. I have to go back to that town anyways at a later point. At this point, it wouldn't really matter, I guess, if I got the mobs on the path that spawn and attack this guy, but just as long as you stay off the main road, the events that show up and attack this guy don't happen. I got a pretty lucky stretch. Ran all the way through here without him sleeping.
Elune be with you. Vishnu Dardiet. Greetings. Goddess watch over you.
Ishnu Allah.
What can I do for you?
I don't think we actually need to go to Stone Talent on Druid either, because you kind of end up with some extra experience from the Druid class quests and stuff that you do during the 20s.
Hello. I am honored. Ishnu Allah, what brings you here? Ishnu Allah. Goddess watch over you.
Good fortune.
I am honored. Asha Fela.
It would have been a little more convenient if I had actually been able to finish this stupid quest, then I could turn it in when I go to Moonglade at 24 to skill up, but I guess I'll have to order things so that I go back to Astronar first before doing that. Oh, are you playing max level content as well, or only doing speedruns? Yeah, I've got my main's a Shaman. So I do some arena and raiding on it. It's just I'm new to playing healer, especially in arena, so I'm like super good at it. My teams are in like the 1700 to 1800 range. So let's see. I don't know, there's not that much raiding content right now anyway, so I'm probably more likely to stream stuff on my Shaman when like the next tier comes out. It's actually like challenging content. Or when I get a little bit better at healing and PvP and push for high ratings, but you know, maybe every once in a while we'll throw in a Shaman stream. Yeah, it was unfortunate, but our guild in the early going and the server in general just we just like didn't have healers for whatever reason. The people who were supposed to be playing healers just kind of up and disappeared. And especially for Arena, the people who wanted to play Arena, we had 0 healers amongst like a dozen people. Damn you healers. So, for raids, I'm like a mix of, oops. I'm like a mix of elemental and resto, depending on what we need for certain stuff. And then for PvP, I'm pretty much just resto. We have one other person that plays a healer now, so we can vary the comps up a little bit, but I'm probably unlikely to grind out a full set of enhancement PvP gear, just because the honor grind takes so long. Doing it once on resto is enough. Maybe like next arena season or something, if we actually have more people to play healers. Now some good stats on those legs. A shame they're male. I would be using Shred a lot more to open, but it's pretty hard to position yourself in the water. It's hard to even tell which way the mobs are facing in the water. I mean, I wouldn't say all specs are valid, but yeah, a lot more specs than classic were valid. Yeah, like I definitely didn't want to go healer. I kind of like just ended up getting like pressured into it because we couldn't make any real arena teams and stuff without having a healer. But yeah, For whatever reason, Whitemane just had like had almost no resto shamans for like the first month, especially ones that had any level of gear. Like I don't know why it was on our server, but there was like almost none at all. So just guilds and people were just like desperate for shamans to get some resto shamans. It kind of caught up a bit now, where now you can actually find healers, but at least for the first few weeks of the game, they were incredibly hard to come by. Oh, sound like you got a pretty similar story to mine then. Except for the being a shaman beforehand part. Yeah, I didn't even play enhancement because that's what I want. Like when I first decided to play on Whitemane with that group of friends from HOTS, they were like, we really need an enhancement shaman. So I was like, alright, cool. Look into playing enhancement and get good at it. For some reason, just all the people that were gonna play resto shamans in our like guild and our group of friends, and a lot of the healers in general, like they just freaking disappeared sometime on the way to 70. I guess they would just get like discouraged when, like, the moment they couldn't find a dungeon grind group, because they're like, oh, I'm resto, I can only dungeon grind. They just, like, I don't know, they, like, quit or logged off or were super slow or something instead of, you know, instead of realizing that, you know, you're probably going to be doing some leveling in dungeons, some soloing, but they, for some reason, seemed, like, completely unwilling to ever respec. So they would just, like, I guess, like, fell off. None of our supposed resto shaman roster made it to 70. Yeah, I mean, like, the first week of TBC, you could farm like literally thousands of gold in a day, just being out in the world, you know, just doing quests, killing elementals for primals, like getting the fell armaments, you know, getting mining, herbing, skinning, etc. So, just, it's like so silly to me, the fact that a 50 gold respec was like causing people to basically like quit their class or quit the game or reroll somewhere else. It's like, oh no, it's 50 gold. It's just ruining my experience when you can just make like 3,000 gold a day just like playing the game, as long as you have some sort of gathering profession. Of course you can't make that kind of money anymore, but the prices were so inflated, like the first week of TBC, that you just like, it just made infinite money by selling anything off the auction house. Seemed to me like people should have been expecting to, you know, be doing some dungeon groups and some solo leveling on the way to 70, but I guess there seemed to be some disconnect where a lot of people just, not even just healers, but just like a lot of people in general would get like really mad or salty about like not having a spot in the same group. And like at the point where somebody either had to quest on their own or just like, you know, join a different dungeon grinding group than the one they were playing with before, they would just like lose their mind. Ooh, unlucky timing. Because like for me, for example, I had a static, dungeon grind group where we're supposed to go to 70 to farm rep. We're basically trying to get to, close to heroic keys with all the factions on the way to 70. But what happened is what happened to most people's dungeon grind groups, where people's sleep schedules got desynced because like one of your 5 people didn't get a good night's sleep before TBC came out, and so then they get super tired after like the game's been out for 10 hours, and then you have other people who don't get tired for like 30 hours, and it's just like everything gets desynced and people are on at different times, and so you naturally end up just doing some dungeon leveling, some solo questing while you're waiting for people to get on. Sometimes you have to swap groups around, swap members. All that stuff seemed like, just normal stuff that people should anticipate happening, but for whatever reason, all the people in our guild who were supposed to be playing healers, the first time that happened to them, they just, like, lost their minds and, like, just couldn't handle it. Like, what do you mean I have to do one thing other than press heal all the way to 70? There's a bunch of dumb drama over, like, who was in which group, etc. I don't know if you guys had similar things, but I found it pretty dumb overall to have so much drama over basically situations that were guaranteed to happen and people should have been expecting. We had one guy in our core group just like I don't know, he had to like run with a group that didn't have the guy he wanted to play with in it for like comp reasons. And it just like drove him to insanity, and he like rage quit and just started queuing up for Battlegrounds at level 61 and then like never leveled past that point. Alright, we're gonna go do... This quest to get the ring is actually kind of troublesome for a druid. You have to fight that pack of 3. I kind of have to just assassinate the main one and then run away. Like 3 mobs is kind of a lot for a cat at this point. Although we're gonna do that dungeon quest off of the mobs down in Black Fathom. I don't actually want to fight healing mobs when I can avoid it, but I'm basically just trying to open myself up a path of escape after I kill this named mob for the quest item. Well, that thing broke out of roots already after like 2 seconds? Come on. Ah, god damn it. Thought I had cleared out a path. Whoops, I guess I ran the wrong direction. Ah, what a fucking horrible place to die, god damn it. This run back is so retarded. Oh, maybe the roots didn't even land. Maybe it got resisted on cast. I'm trying to think of that mob just being on top of me, immediately breaking out of roots, just threw everything up, or threw everything out of whack. Well, the goal there is to like kite backwards, because that main mob, like you don't have a finisher or anything as a druid, so you can't kill it quickly. So I'm kind of just trying to like kill it slowly while backing out of range of the caster that's just like spamming lightning bolts back there. But the melee's on me also. It's just a disaster. I'm going mostly off of like my Shaman's 1 to 60 route. You can see if you hit !guide. It was a route that was made for the pre-patch when you could to level an Alliance Shaman. So I'm using the rested XP guide from like 1 to 12, and then for like the last half of Outlands probably, and then in the middle of all that, I'm using like a slightly modified version of my my Shaman path. It's different class and everything. Maybe I try a different method here. Maybe instead of trying to kite it, maybe I just try to open in cat form and get like a full rip on her and then just like run away while she bleeds out or something. Just not sure I can actually tank these guys that long. Yeah, this kind of sucks. Yeah, the guys do so much fucking damage. Jesus Christ. This is such a shitty quest to struggle with, because this run back is just fucking unbelievable to this island. Like, nothing around here really gives me trouble as a druid other than this one quest. Well, you kind of have to decide between, that was like, so the method I tried there that just completely failed, and now I have no fucking potion, is I was trying to get full energy and open and just like burst her down with a rip, but you get 0 energy when you transfer into cat form right now, so if I put hots and stuff on myself, they would just like fall off by the time I had full energy to open anyways. So I had the most success before, just like CCing one, killing her, and then running from the others, like not trying to kill everything, but I don't know, maybe I just try to kill one at a time and then let them reset. Gonna suck now because I don't have a healing potion. God, this island is so terrible. There's like no good escape path. You get slowed by the water. And then the run back is just absolutely disgusting. Like, of all the times to have deaths, this island is like the worst of them. Okay. I think I'm going back to the first method. I mean, that should work. Just hopefully this time my root doesn't last like 1/10 of a second and I don't run into this other mob trying to avoid stuff. There we go, that's how it's supposed to work. It's not that bad when that happens. I actually stayed in the entangling roots this time. Granted, I could have just played better the first time. I kind of panicked because this mob just like didn't get rooted or it broke out of roots immediately. And I ran into an extra mob because I was panicked, but... yeah, that method seems to be solid. I just have to reset the pole if my root breaks early. Yeah, trying to burst her down from cat form was definitely not the play. Not a whole lot of burst damage here before we get the cat ambush and don't have a finisher. Or not a good one anyways. These mobs can be a little annoying as well because they heal, but overall not that bad. Haven't really had problems finishing this quest, despite the fact that you sometimes run into these like mass healer pulls here. Unless my opener misses. Alright. You guys just saw the secret to beating these healers. It's that. So I don't have an interrupter or like a stun as a cat, but what you can do is you can backstab them while they're casting a heal. So you can hopefully burst them down before the heal actually goes off. If a mob's casting like an offensive spell, you can't backstab them because they face you. But if they're casting a heal, they don't like follow you, so you can go behind them and backstab them. So that's kind of my method with dealing with healers as a cat. Just gotta pool some energy when they're getting about ready to heal, and then try to burst them down with backstabs. Can I not click on this thing? There we go. Oops, I don't think I've pooled enough energy. I kind of messed that one up. Probably also help if I actually used my myriad of buffs that I have. Oh shit. That's quite the aggro range. This is not looking good for our hero. Damn, I'm getting wrecked up in this corner. Jesus. Slowest level ever. Perhaps I stay away from these quests on the hardcore run. Just freaking feeding these Naga. I only got 2 brain stems out of that. Does seem like I'm aggroing these things from insanely far away. Maybe it's better to wait for 23 before starting that quest. Now that you've seen my druid get farmed by these Naga, you're inspired. I guess technically I could do these other quests around here. Maybe definitely get 23, maybe 24 before doing this. I'd definitely be safer. Didn't really think that this would be that dangerous, but apparently I'm like greatly underestimating the aggro range on some of these mobs. You get too many of the healer frostbolt mobs on you, you just like can't really run away, and you can't kill anything because multiple things are healing. Oh my god. Okay, now this pool in here is pretty scary. Seeing as I was having trouble with aggro range. Can I even get any of this stuff without getting attacked by like all 4 of those? I just have to skip over it. Okay. This is kind of more like what I was expecting. And, as long as they're fighting them one by one, you can just kind of roll over them. No, maybe I was just attacking these things at the wrong time. I was just getting a ton of adds up till this point in this cave. I guess I probably should have done these quests first, yeah. Just being 23 here instead of 22 is probably what's making the biggest difference. I think normally when I did this before I was 23. Just the fact that I'm 22 now is probably what's throwing me off with me getting aggroed by these mobs slightly further away than I expected. Oh man, can I even get any of these without getting all three? Oh my god. Is this real life? Every ability is getting fucking, or is like missing. I can't actually get damage onto these things. I tried to rip 3 times there and missed. Got like 2 full heals off. No, this is my first time speedrunning Druid. Druid's definitely super slow in the early going, so it's not a very super common speedrun class, but they get a lot better as you get levels. I did Shaman and Hunter previously. Oh yeah, it would definitely be better on low pop. I mean, high pop would be pretty difficult. And my main server's high pop, but my usual tactic for leveling things is to just do it on a low pop PvP server, so then I can transfer it to whatever server I want later if I want to play the character with some friends or whatever. So this is a PvP server, but it's low pop, so it's not like I'm going to be getting ganked very frequently. I could play one of the lower PvE servers, but then the downside of that would be that well, because most of the people I know play PvP servers, so for whatever reason, I wanted to go play one of my speed-leveled characters with someone. I wouldn't be able to transfer PvE to PvP. One day, last stem. Okay, so that was definitely not great. That was a super scuffed level. I think in the future I probably want to. I think I want to get level 23 before doing the stuff up here. Just having an extra level for the ring quest and then the Black Fathom quest seems like it makes a big difference.
How may I help?
Get rid of some of this stuff.
How may I help? Farewell. Hello.
It doesn't seem like too many people are fans of the Night Elf starting area. Hey, what's up, Asgardian? It's going decent. The last level, 22 to 23, was pretty scuffed. It was like the worst level to run so far, but I think for some reason on my Druid, I decided to do these Naga quests along the shore. And the Black Fathom Depth quest, where you kill the ones right outside the instance. I decided to do those like before doing these quests, and it didn't seem to be a good decision, because I died a few times. Up here, I was level 22 while doing those. I think I'm usually 23, so... I think in the future I want to do some of these quests that are closer to town first. Make sure I get level 23 before going over there, because definitely seem pretty dangerous at 22. Yeah, I'm on a PvP server, so I can transfer this character and play with people in the future if I want to. Yeah, the stone talent stuff I'm definitely on board with. I think I'm planning... We'll see what my level is like when I get to that point, but I think I am planning on skipping stone talent on this run. That was always a section of my guide. I was like not even sure it was worth being in there. The Swamp of Sorrows I still kind of like. I feel like you get a really quick level there as long as you wait till... I mean, you could even wait till like 42, because the lowest quest is 37. But you could go Swamp of Sorrows after you finish Dust Wallow, and just bum rush all the quests and all the like the deliveries and stuff, and I feel like you get like a level out of there in like under an hour, which at that range is pretty good. But maybe you found some better quests elsewhere. Yeah, on this run I was actually I know on my Shaman, I went to Swamp of Sorrows like right when I hit 40. And I think this time I'm actually planning on... Wow, did I just get that off the first kill? I'm so good. This time I'm planning on doing Swamp of Sorrows more like 42-ish, I believe. So maybe it'll feel a little bit better with like the extra level or two, because you won't actually lose any XP from the quests. Although if you were saying that you just wanted to grind for the Sickle Axe instead of doing Swamp of Sorrows, if that's what you meant, then like yeah, I totally understand that perspective too. Okay, now I play the favorite game where I try to get my old ass eyes to see these things on the ground. There we go. And we'll say I definitely want to get... I'd say my goal is for this Druid. Granted, I'm not as good at Druid as I was at like leveling Shaman. I definitely had more practice with Shaman, but I'd like to get under 3 days played, 1 to 60. I'm not exactly sure how much faster Druid gets, like 40 to 60, because I only played it up to 40. Oh, this disease here is actually super bad, but I don't have a way to take it off. Shaman was like 2.5 days, and I'm pretty sure Druid's like significantly slower than Shaman, but I feel like should still be able to get under 3. Shit, they do. I didn't even notice that. Oh, man. The tech. I don't even have to rely on my eyes. Perfect. Oh, it's because these questy things were covering them. Right. The Tiara quest. Ah. Yeah, the Tiara quest, it's actually in the guide now. Like, there definitely was no reason for the Tiara quest to not be in the guide. I just didn't know that quest even existed until, like, a while back. Somebody on the YouTube comments and, like, in the chat was talking about it. Oh, that was you too? Okay. I didn't realize that was you on the YouTube. Eventually got that put it. Where am I blind? Where is this thing? I must be blind. It's showing me one, but I don't see it here anywhere. Oh well, plenty others over here. Oh yeah, and this time around I wanted to do that other quest where you grind the orb out in this area. So it actually doesn't really... Yeah, I definitely messed up my pathing here a little bit on the last level. I'm not really sure why I did these quests on the coast before the ones over here. There's really no reason to. I guess that was just a mistake on my part. Definitely way better to just do these ones over here, get 23, and then do the slightly harder quests on the coast here. That's the way I usually did it before on my Shaman. I'm not really sure why I changed the order this time. Might have just been spacing out. That definitely led to my problems with dying a bunch at level 22.
I am honored.
So yeah, I'm a little lower overall than my Shaman is here at this point, but I think we can cut out Stone Talon just because I've got some extra quest chains to do, basically. I've got the Absent-Minder Prospector that leads to Wetlands. I'm doing that quest chain now. We've got some Druid class quests, and I'm also doing part of the quest chain for the Tower of Althalax, so all of that stuff should more than cover up what I miss from not going to Stone Talon. I don't plan to go to Desolace on the Alliance side, so no real reason to get the flight path there either.
king's honor, friend.
Peace be with you.
I just have the one level 70. Been playing my Shaman, the same one that I speed leveled up to 60 during the pre-patch. So, other than playing Arena and raiding, that one's pretty much set now, so got more time to start doing some alts and some more speedruns and such now. So I kind of just like play it 2 or 3 days a week, you know, do a couple days of Arena when people are on, and then get all the raids out of the way. Not that much to do up until like the next phase, I guess. Okay, yeah. Not that I haven't already said it, but yeah, the order I did the quests on this run is just totally backwards on the... I really needed to do these ones over here first, and then the ones to the left-hand side, because it's causing me to have to, like, double back and turn this in before I do all this other stuff up here, too. It's like brain farted or something. Just did the ones up here in the wrong order.
I am honored. Greetings. I am listening.
Come
What
on.
brings you here?
Wait, did I already get the quest from this guy? Okay, there he goes.
Vishnu Allah.
RP was longer than I remembered. Okay, so we have a bunch of pretty easy quests at this point where you kind of just... There's a bunch of stuff that has us like run in a circle around town, just like kind of going to one location and like killing one mob or picking up something. So a handful of quests should be able to get me to 24. I can train new abilities before I start working on the grindy quest over here. Server is this? This is Arcanite Reaper. It's a low pop PvP server, which is where I usually prefer to do like speed leveling stuff so that I can transfer it to any server in the future if I want to play the character. For Horde characters, I'll probably do a Bloodsail Buccaneer, since it seems to be where the the hardcore community and stuff is, and I think most likely a lot of my Horde characters that I may do in the future will probably be hardcore ones. is this dude? Okay. Apparently I just, like, greatly overestimate my strength on Druid. I am really not that strong. It's, just like, oh, I got cat form, I'm invincible now. Cat form is actually still super squishy. I've been, definitely need to reevaluate my, some of the pulls I take on cat form in the early 20s before they have too many tools. One HP, calculated. Saved by the stupid sprouted frond. I don't remember any of this stuff like being a problem on my Shaman. This just haven't really hit my like. Cat form is nice, but I haven't really hit the like power spike of having the most of the abilities for cat form till later. Some of these quests where you have to fight multiple mobs are definitely giving me some trouble. Let's see. Making sure I'm not missing anything. I don't have a shoulder, which might be making some difference. A lot of times you'll just find some random gray shoulder to use for armor. I certainly feel unusually squishy right now. There's sometimes a rare spawn up here too. Remember what his actual name is. Let's see. I don't see him. Apparently forgetting my secret path up here.
Is there trouble?
So this follow-up that she gave us is it's a level 27 quest. I'm actually not even going to do it till like 30 or 31. But I don't want to have to come all the way back here to the middle of nowhere to pick the quest up again, so I'm just going to hold on to it in my quest log for like 8 levels. Alright, so the next part of these chains, they start sending you down here, which is kind of close to Stone Talon. Which in the past, on my Shaman, was kind of why I chose to go into Stone Talon. I was like, oh, there's already quests down here that are right next to it, but after thinking about it, I think it's better to just do this chain instead, where you grind out the orb, and then you do this follow-up here. Get a couple quests worth of XP. They're kind of down there in the same area also. It seems to be faster and just like better overall than taking the time to go all the way into Stone Talon. Stone Talon quests are pretty trash for Alliance. I have like an entire town with a flight path and only one quest. It takes like 10 minutes to run to it. Only quests even worth doing are the ones like right in the middle here. Deal with the Shredder and the goblins and stuff.
Greetings.
Ishnu Allah, how may I help?
I've only done this quest like once. I'm not 100% sure what the best path to get down here is, because there's all this just random garbage and mountains in the way. Might be taking a poor path to get here. Maybe not. Reckless can be a little bit dangerous also. You have to kill a named kind of tanky dude that has some ads. Haven't been running into too many chests, so I don't really have much in the way of health potions. After I burned through the ones I had. Trying to kill that Rajal on the island. Uh, 1v1? I mean, 1v1 would be probably pretty rough for the mage, but I know in arena, mages do fine against druids because they can... I mean, they can just burst them down really hard, even if they're like feral in bear form. Can't say I've ever played on either side of a 1v1 match for the druid and mage in TBC, though. We did have a feral on our arena team for a while, though, and it does seem like feral excels in like the smaller number skirmishes, so they're probably pretty good at dueling, more so than they are at like larger scale PvP. Spell steal to innervate's a good call. Let's see. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere? Oh shit. Got a BOE ring. Nice. That's a big find. So I have nothing for ring slots since I couldn't do the Draenei area quest that gives you a ring. So that's only open to Draenei. Yeah, this part's pretty dangerous. I can't fight all four of these at once, so you have to try to pull these Fell Slayers when they're at the right spot where they don't pull all the rest of this other stuff. Oh, what the hell just happened? I went into bear form, but it like took me out immediately. Maybe I didn't mess up that macro somehow. Alright, let me see what happened there. Oh, I guess I just pressed the button too quickly again. I probably just like spammed it twice, so it took me out of bear again. There's actually a follow-up quest once you turn this in also. I don't know if any of you guys have ever tried it, but it's like it's an escort quest, and it is ridiculously hard. They give you like this dude with 400 HP to escort. At various points you have like 3 or 4 mobs, sometimes that are like extra powerful compared to normal mobs. Just like pop out and start wailing on them. It's like one point where some caster shows up and he like literally 2-shots it if you don't stop him casting shadow bolts on the NPC. I guess this would be normally where I go down to Stone Talon, but I'll skip it on this run and see how it feels. As long as I'm not getting slaughtered by mobs in wetlands, should be fine. The only real hard stuff in wetlands is the raptor quest, just because the raptors hit way harder than any other like normal mobs around their level. That's going to be hard regardless. I just had the only character I leveled to max on Classic was a Hunter. I've got that in my Shaman. On the beta, I leveled like a Paladin and a Shaman up to 60, but not to 70. I ended up not doing too much speedrun stuff on Classic after the launch. I kind of got burnt out on it, but I like the TBC style speedruns a lot more, since there's a lot more classes that got kind of their trees revamped. So they're fun to level, and there's a lot more variety you can do in routes. So yeah, doing a lot more different classes this time around. There's some there's pretty much a bunch of downtime until the next phase, where there's not that much to do on main characters for now. Other than arena and like one block of raids for a few hours. I would like to do a rogue, like 1 to 70 speedrun also at some point, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. I probably wouldn't do it for hardcore, and so if there's that hardcore stuff coming up, maybe after that, or I guess if I have time before it, maybe.
Light be with you. Light bless you. Hey there.
Yeah, the supplies to Aberdeen quest. It's like freaking impossible to keep that guy alive. Okay, all the stuff I have to turn in Aberdeen should easily get me into 24 here. Do have to go find one more sick deer to cure as well.
Listening. May the stars.
Be right back. Oh yeah, let me go find one more sick deer here. I'll make up for the one I bashed earlier. Hopefully I don't have to run too far out into the wilderness. There we go.
I am honored. Denied.
Well met. Safe travels.
Okay, should get Tiger's Fury now, I believe, 24. Tiger's Fury is something that, it's one of those abilities also that, like, Druid leveling guides will just tell you to never use, but it does have its moments.
What brings you here?
It's not very efficient from a combo point generation standpoint, but it's pretty good in the early levels for overall damage, while your combo points don't really matter. And it's still useful when you're going to open with Ravage, the cat ambush, to Tiger's Fury before doing that. It gives it a big boost. So that's got a place.
I am listening. Good luck, friend.
Rake is very rarely useful. It's a pretty bad ability overall, but usually when you get a fresh rank of it, it's like okay for a couple levels. Hell's Tiger's Fury, there we go.
Peace be with you. A loon light your path.
This quest is also worth doing. The continuation of that tower chain, where you have to grind for the soul gem at the start. Which, I didn't do on my Shaman, but I decided to throw in for the Druid run. You can do this, but again, it's not till much later. There's like another big swing through Ashenvale you can do around like level 30 or 31. Where you can do all the eastern, well, not all the eastern quests, but the good quests in Eastern Ashenvale, and then like the later quests in some of the earlier level chains. We'll save this one as well. This I do not need anymore. The amount of travel you have to do for a lot of these quests is pretty high, that's for sure. But yeah, I definitely would not say that the 1 through 25 of like the Night Elf starting area is anywhere close to as good as most of the other starting paths. Pretty bad overall. Once we get to like 26, 27, we start going over to the human areas or dwarf areas, and it starts to pick up a bit. Oh my god. Yeah, this guy's actually out to the side, not in here. There's another quest I don't normally do. Decided to add it in for this because it gives good druid gloves.
How are ya?
Yeah, here we go.
Off with you.
So if you don't get these gloves here, there's you have to wait about like 10 levels till you can get any gloves with good stats for Feral. You can get some at like 33 or 34 at a South Shore. Oops. But until then, these are like the only ones that have any DPS stats. Or at least that you can get from quests in this area.
Ishnuala. Go in peace. Peace be with you. Farewell.
Can I assist you?
So yeah, give me a few minutes here. There was... So one of my characters here, this is my main, had a bunch of stuff on auction that was about to expire, so I wanted to take it down if it hadn't gotten bid on yet. I don't remember which character I had it on though. This is my elemental gear set, by the way. Here's my my PvP gear set. There we go. There it is. So I do actually have a pretty good amount of resilience, 365, which is more than I want to have. But unfortunately, Karazhan never dropped a healing weapon for us, so I'm using this kind of janky ass dagger that's not that great, but it does have some resil. So that's what I was talking about earlier in Arena. I feel like almost invincible against most things that attack me, but against Rogue Mage, I just feel like I have zero resilience. That combination is so brutal to do anything against. See, so we're 1781 fives. Actually, both of these kind of dip down a bit. So we're usually like somewhere around 1800, and then in fives. We were trying a new comp in threes, so we kind of threes hadn't been going as well. Yeah, dipped down from like the high 1700s to 1687 the last time we played. We were trying a double healer out in threes, and it just was not working too well. So, I don't really have any experience playing healer in arenas. Sure, most of the losses are my fault somehow, but Oh wait, this isn't, pretty much just trying to learn how to play heal in Arena. It's a little tough in some matchups as a healing shaman, but others you feel super good. Oh wait, I think I accidentally let the auctions expire. I had some 48-hour auctions stuff up for like 1 copper. I think I forgot to take those down. Oh, whoops. Most of these characters, or this was just like reserving my name on multiple servers before I knew what I was going to play. But for the most part, the only real characters I have are I've got like a couple random things that I was leveling towards like the end of Classic and the start of Beta. I was basically just using this server as like a test thing. Then I've got my like 1 Fairlina main hunter. I don't think I have anything high level on this server. Let's see. Oh, it's that boosty rogue. And Arcanite Reaper is what I ended up settling on for where I like to level things, even though it's PvP. Just the fact that it's low pop and I can transfer it to any other PvP server I want to play.
Hello.
Oops. Okay, back to the druid life.
Hello. Good luck, friend.
Ishnuala.
Oh, this is the quest I missed. Okay, one of these I actually wanted to pick up.
Del Nadris.
We're gonna finish these couple grindy quests over here, and then travel over to Eastern to get the flight path and to just turn in a couple of these breadcrumbs. And then we'll be off to Wetlands right after that. I forgot to pick up one of the breadcrumbs there, so a slight double back. Suppose I had to wait for this guy to do his RP anyways, though.
I am honored.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna enable the Druid energy bar now that I have Tiger's Fury. Forgot to put that on. Yeah, Tiger's Fury, it's got its moments. Like, it's not a great ability. Most levels, you'll find it's not worth using because you lose out on combo point generation, right? But at low levels, combo points are almost worthless as Druid. Like, your only finisher is a super weak-ass dot, which is basically worthless, other than if you're fighting like a boss mob or something super tanky. So the earlier levels, you can use this a little more liberally, because the fact that you miss out on combo points by using it isn't that big a deal. And even when you have good finishers later on, there's going to be times where you're going to want to open with Ravage, the cat ambush against like caster mobs or, you know, just low armor stuff. And using Tiger's Fury before an ambush makes it do a lot more damage. So that's one thing I noticed when I was kind of looking at Druid guides and stuff, is that most people said just like don't even use Tiger's Fury and shred the backstab, but I think they have their moments. They're just situationally useful. Oh, what? Wait, what the hell just hit me? Hold on a second. That guy just like Wind Fury proc me or something? I was just about to use one of these heal things and he just... That guy has to have like a Wind Fury proc. Because I had like 120 life, and I just instantly died. And my combat log shows me getting hit by a bunch of like 30 damage stuff. So I didn't realize those guys Wind Furied. Well, the more you know. As Druid has been getting beat up in Ashenvale. I should have made some more of those armor potions. Tiger's Fury also works on stuff like Claw as well. So if you use it right before Claw spam at the low levels, it's actually pretty good. It's not really shit to do with these combo points anyway. Something like this, I'll usually just pool energy and then Tiger's Fury and spam Claw for this level. It's not something you do at later levels, but this level where you're kind of limited on buttons. Alright, I do need to... Okay, next time I have to eat and drink, I'll probably log off for just a sec to enable the energy tick add-on. What does this guy do? He just hit me like 6 times in 2 seconds. This mob is apparently way scarier than I thought. It's got some like kind of super attack speed buff temporarily or something like that. These mobs are real tanky. Remember this guy being pretty strong, Oakpaw. I guess if I can clear him out and get him by himself, I can try to kill him. So there's a lot of BOE greens that can still be considerable upgrades for me. Yeah, character was male druid, but then we re-rolled it at level 9. Because I did a death warp where I was just barely in the wrong spot, and it sent me like to completely wrong area on the opposite side of the map from where I wanted to be. So it morphed into a female night elf for penance. Oh my god, this bear is a crit machine. Like out DPSing the cat, is critting every maul. Alright, let me just enable this energy add-on here real fast. Okay, let's see if we can pull this guy without... yeah, I'm not super sure I can get him without the Den Watcher. Oh, we're in luck. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna be doing quests there around like level 30 or so. I'll definitely be keeping an eye out for that guy. Just another chance to get a neck or a helm, when I probably won't have either at that point. Yeah, there's that guy, and then there's Fenros in Duskwood. At level 32 elite that wanders around, he can drop a helm also. Unless we get a world drop, I probably won't have anything in the helm slot for most of the 30s. Oh shit, I just got a shoulder piece. It's int, but I'll take it. Better than nothing. I get a shoulder from quests and like a couple levels anyway out of wetlands, but nice to have that till then. An absolute ton of these totemics up, but hardly any warriors, which are the ones I actually need for the quest. There's just normal warriors are so tanky that I can actually use rip on them. I guess I have so much mana now with those shoulders. I should actually use the caster into bear form opening more when I have mana. Oh, I guess I could just resist every single spell. I don't know if the druid model is just... I'm not used to it. It feels like I get aggroed from so much further away than I'm expecting. It's like this mob is below me in level. It has its back turned. I'm like over here, and then it's like already aggroed on me. Maybe the druid hitbox is just like way out in front. Certainly seems like I'm a lot further away from these mobs than they should be aggroing me from. Maybe it's just druid things. It definitely seems like it does, but I don't know. This run is like throwing me off. Like playing stealth classes previously, it felt like it was easier to do like the jump stealth opening on mobs that were facing away. But I don't know for sure. I think it's probably that I'm just not used to it. I bet the cat form model's hitbox is like up here, like it's a Tauren or something. And I'm just like getting slightly too close to these things before I think that they're gonna aggro me. So I keep trying to do like the jump stealth opening on these things, and then I'm like already in combat with them right when I reach jump range. And I can probably just jump earlier. Oh, maybe it's as simple as that. I just know that the last few days in general on these runs, I just keep getting surprised at how far away I get aggroed by mobs from. There must be something about the druid hitbox I'm just not used to yet. Well, there are so few of these warriors. I've like cleared out basically this whole camp twice. Well, I guess I'll get the rest while I'm heading up here.
What brings you here?
This quest is sometimes a breeze, sometimes super annoying. If you can get all the bracers you need from the water elementals that are like on the land here, it's pretty easy. But if you have to start just swimming deep into the ocean to find the ones that are like way far away, it becomes a huge hassle. I think my mace is almost broken. I guess the mace must take durability hits from my fast cat form attack. Thing only, this named water elemental here only drops a quest starter for the horde side, so I don't really want to fight him if I don't have to. I only have one of these things. Looks like we'll be diving around in the ocean. I've already got half of the aquatic form done. I picked up the one in Darkshore. And so, as soon as I get to Duskwood, where you start doing the quests that, like, you know, run you all over the place, I'll do the other half of the aquatic form at that point. Will be in, so I should have it in like 2 or 3 levels. I was about to complain about having only 1 bracer after, like, killing a dozen of these things. Guess at least we're up to 2. Oh, you can actually pick up the water or the Aquaform quest at 16. You can get it super early, but you'd have to go like insanely far out of your way to actually finish it. All the class quests scale with you now, so you can't outlevel them. So I'll still get like normal quest XP whenever I choose to finish it. Well, I was gonna say you don't really need aquatic form for much of anything up until a little later anyways, but I guess if you get super unlucky on the drop rate of these elementals, you have to just dive around looking for them. One more. My mace is about to break. Not that it matters that much, I just lose the stats. Oh my god. Well, this is pretty annoying when you run out of all the elementals that are close to this island here. This might be the most I've killed before without getting to 4 bracers, so it's not usually this bad. Oh, we just get a blue. Wow, this is like the worst blue in existence. I guess it's like 2 of my shitty green rings taped together. Alright, whatever, I'll take it. Beggars can't be choosers. I think the only blue worse than this might be the Kodo hide bracers. This quest is really, really annoying when you actually have to clear out the entire lake. Now I'm regretting not having seal form. Alright, give me that. Sweet, sweet 3 more spirit. Oh shit, I need 5 of these? I thought I only needed 4. Oh god, the grind continues. Really, you're gonna aggro me from that far away? This is the one water elemental I actually don't want to fight. Okay, mercifully done with that horrible quest. My real question, is there anywhere to repair here? Aha.
I am honored.
What brings you here? Good luck, friend.
Okay, taking our little detour up to Eastern Ashenvale. Just kill these last couple warriors I need on the way through. Still, like, entirely totemics here. Oops. Didn't really want to fight this thing, but just had to plow through like 6 totemics to actually get to the warriors. Man, I'm not used to having such a huge mana pool. I keep finding all this gear with Int and Spirit on it. The next rank of rip we get is actually kind of decent, but this first rank of rip is really bad. I even overestimated it there. I thought the rip would kill that thing behind me, but I had to double back and moonfire it before it evaded. Just because the rip does no damage. Thank you for that prime, Jail. Appreciate the support. This will be my favorite spot to die in hardcore runs. Just like cruising past a horde town, feeling brave. Just hoping that those things don't patrol into me. We just had allies camping outside the horde town. It's very bold. Oh, right on. Yeah, I'll be sure to get this run up on YouTube also, since Twitch just deletes everything after a while now. Oops. I will say the spot's a bit risky to come to now, just because this town is kind of weirdly designed, where the flight path is the patrols of these like level 30 beasts. They go up right next to the flight path sometimes, so sometimes you kind of get stuck if you come here early for the flight path, waiting for things to patrol before you can actually fly out of here.
Open your heart to the light. Remember the lessons of the past.
Okay, let's see if these beasts will allow me to fly out.
The moon be with you. May the stars guide.
Alright, all these other quests that we have that we're holding on to are for later, around level 30 when we come back. We'll like do the quests in this area, grab the flight path up at Fellwood at that time. We're about to hit 25 too. Okay, nice. I can start putting points into shredding attacks. there's pretty much, there's only really like a 4-level window where you don't use shred at all. That's between 32 and 36. As you get your first rank of ambush at 32, and then you don't get cheap shot till 36. So during that time, shred, which is the cat backstab, is pretty much useless. But up till 32, it's your usual opener if you can get a stealth opener, and then after 36, you can land a couple of them during the cheap shot. One of the hidden bonuses is that Mangle actually improves shred damage also. So even at higher levels, you can do like a cat cheap shot into a Mangle, into a shred while they're still stunned, and that does some pretty heavy burst damage once you get to higher levels. Plus there's a bleed on the mob and you don't take any damage for the first 4 seconds of the fight also, so that's probably going to be the way I open up at higher levels.
How may I help? My goods are of the highest quality.
So I may as well buy some level 25 food and water here.
Be careful. Elun Adore. Good luck, friend.
And this chain here continues as soon as we get to Menethil, so it doing these escorts like the absent-minded prospector and stuff, it kind of slows you down on the early levels, but and Druid's already so goddamn slow on the early levels, who cares? But just having the extra quests and the decent quest reward gloves, I think it makes it actually worth doing that chain. I think in terms, even for my Shaman guide, I think I might alter it slightly to just suggest that instead of going to Stone Talon, people just cut out Stone Talon completely and either do the one of the other quest chains, either the Prospector quest chain or the Tower of Althalex quest chain. Like, either one of those seems to be better than going to Stone Talon. Shamans have a little more XP, like a level more than my Druid had once they finished the Draenei area, because they have a bunch of extra quests. So you probably don't need to do both of those chains, but it's like one of them to make up for the lost Stone Talon XP. Can Feral Druid DPS? Yeah, they can DPS. I mean, they're not amazing at it. They're not like a high-tier DPS. Basically, the reason that Ferals get raid spots is more so because they buff everybody with Leader of the Pack. Ferals make good off-tanks. So I would say that for off-tanks, they're pretty high-tier. For PvP healing, they're top-tier. And then their cat DPS is like, you know, mediocre. It's fine, but you know, it's no Warlock or Hunter or anything. It's mostly just wanted because of the buff it gives other people in the party. there was a bug with feral energy at the start of TBC for like a month that just kind of recently got fixed. So ferals were struggling quite a bit. I don't know what the exact... It had something to do with like the energy not regenning properly or something at the start of TBC. And supposedly that's fixed now. But it's I mean, you can always find a raid spot or an arena team or a group or whatever on a resto druid. Like resto druids are just super good in TBC. But usually you shouldn't have that hard a time finding stuff if you're playing like tank feral or DPS feral. Like at least you're not like a rogue or a a DPS warrior or something that nobody wants to take to groups because they don't buff anybody and they're a melee. So at least feral gives a really good group buff. But I think feral is generally way stronger for buffing. I mean, 5% crit is pretty huge. Like you wouldn't usually be in an either or situation unless you were thinking of like a 5-man or something. But most raids will take at least one feral, possibly more. Say even 2 ferals is probably normal. And they'll take 1 ret for the raid-wide judgment buff they put on people. So it'd be unlikely that a raid wouldn't have like at least 1 of either. Oh yeah, I'm living that life on my shaman too. I'm like carrying around all these different sets now. Plus the totems you have to carry around, just always out of bag space. Oh my god. Only I had seal form. Could save myself from that terrible jump. Alright, soon. As soon as we get down in the Duskwood area, finish off the seal form quest.
Need help? Well met.
6 Druid Kara? Nice. Shit, at that point, why not 10? Go for the memes. Screw the gear. It's all gonna be plate healing gear anyway.
Can I help you? See you around.
What's on your mind?
Alright, this is further than I've ever progressed, this quest chain.
No, see you soon.
But from looking at it on Wowhead, it seems like I can complete the rest of the chain basically just by doing stuff I was gonna do anyway here.
Greetings.
That should be pretty
Farewell.
easy.
Welcome.
You'll also notice that I still have the Murloc quest chain here. On my Shaman, I come here at level 20 to do that level 25 Murloc quest chain, just to get the staff, but the Druid doesn't really need it, so actually still have that quest chain available.
Greetings. What can I do for you?
Great to meet you. Great to meet you.
So you want... There's basically 4 weapons you want right now for your main hand. You want either the Fool's Bane from Karazhan, the Decapitator, I think the name of it is. It's that axe from Prince. And then other than those 2, you would want the blacksmithing axe, because you're an orc, the one that you craft. Or you could, the 4th option, and it's worse than the other 3 options, but the 4th option is to get the epic one-hander that's out of Shattered Hall's Heroic. Drops off the last boss. Those are the only good, or those are only good one-handers at this point for like your main hand. So you want to work towards like one of those 4. You can use like the PvP axes as like a stopgap, but they're not really an endgame weapon and they cost a bunch of honor, so I guess it's up to you if it's worth grinding out the honor for a temporary upgrade or not. Oh, you said you were an orc. So I know that there's a quest in Netherstorm that gives a really good, not like an endgame axe, but a good axe for leveling. I don't know what the name of the quest is off the top of my head, but I know that there's a quest in Netherstorm. You can start at level 67, and it will give you a 2.8 speed one-handed axe you can use in your main hand. And so that would probably be a pretty nice upgrade to your Fists of Reckoning. Yeah, it's not going to be like an endgame weapon or anything, but you'll level considerably faster with it. You might want to just like search Wowhead by 2.8 speed axes or something and find that out of Netherstorm, because I don't remember exactly what quest it comes from. But you should be able to get that pretty soon. Yeah, you can, there's a 2.8 speed mace you can use as your offhand if you want. That's from a quest in Zangarmarsh. I don't know if you already did it. It's called the Warden's Hammer. You can get pretty easily. You can also, I think you can buy a 2.8 speed fist from a vendor in Netherstorm also. you're trying to pair something up with that level, or that axe you can get at 67. It wouldn't be that much of a big deal, but just the fact that you're at work, it's probably worth going a little bit out of your way to get it. Oh, that's right. Okay. The next step in that prospector chain is a rare drop from the raptors, but we have to kill like freaking 50 raptors for that raptor quest chain anyway, so we'll almost certainly just run into it doing whatever we were gonna do anyways. Classic struggle of trying to find weapon speeds that pair up with each other. Phase 1 itemization is so limited for Enhancement Shaman. So let me just get rid of the rest of the stuff so I can toss out all these inventory space stealers.
Interest you on a pint?
Like we need to even track herbs anymore.
No.
Pretty much done with herbalism and alchemy for now. Surely some of these crocodiles will have skins. Okay, so I should probably be able to find... Oh, I already found the Stone of Relu. Okay. Oh, I guess that was fast. I wonder if I can AoE grind some of these raptors, since I have such a giant mana pool. I'll burn most of my mana, but... I think when I'll like slowly get more and more mana over time, just doing like cat form, single targeting, and healing when I need to. I guess I could just use this to burn off extra mana, do like a triple pull with bear. I need a ton of these screechers still, but These ones are a little more difficult because they have a huge AoE shout that like pulls all raptors around them. I think bear form actually almost feels better against these raptors. The raptors just do so much physical damage. Destroy cat. Yeah, when I'm fighting the higher raptors, like the 26 and 27 ones in here, those ones hit super hard, so yeah, I might just revert back to the level 12 style, just a couple wraths of moonfire, then go into bear form. Just like take it slow. Oh god, I was hoping one of these had respawned. 9 out of 10 on these blue ones. Ah, here we go. Oh, whoops. I was going to try to find 3 Crocolists to AoE, but I guess there's only these 2. Oh wait, I'm trolling. These aren't even the ones that drop the skins I need.
Here there.
Doing pretty much the same thing for wetlands on my druid as I do on shaman, where you break it up into 2 circuits for the most part. Then you grab like the flight paths of stuff before you leave, but we'll just do 1 big circuit here. A lot of these quests here are chains that have like just 2 or 3 steps. So you can pretty much like finish half the zone on this first circuit here, then train level 26 skills, hearth back to Menethil, and then you can complete like all the rest of the quests on your next trip out of town. This is actually a pretty good zone, especially compared to how much time we spent in the Night Elf areas, which are pretty meh. Especially now that we added the Prospector chain in as well. It's just a few extra quests we get done while doing the same stuff we were going to do anyway. It's so hard to move mobs as a druid compared to some of the classes have like slower attack speeds. Cat just moves so fast and attacks so fast. Personally, I don't really like Desolace for Alliance. Much like Stone Talon. I think Stone Talon and Desolace, I feel like they're good on Horde. I feel like they're really bad on the Alliance side. Because remember, there's so many quests available now that it's like, it's not like you're comparing the Desolace quest to just grinding. You're basically comparing the Desolace quest to cutting out like Eastern Ashenvale, or cutting out South Shore, or like cutting out early quests in Arathi. Because you can't do every quest, you'll just get like massively over-leveled in TBC now for the ones you're doing. I don't think it's as good as the other options for Alliance. Plus, it requires just an absolute ton of travel time. Even on the Horde side, I haven't really like worked out a full efficient Horde path 1 to 70 yet. Probably will in the future. So in my mind right now, I still think I would go to Desolace as a Horde, but I'm not even 100% sure it's worth going to, even as Horde anymore. God damn it. Tried to switch into Bear to interrupt that cast, but I couldn't get any rage. This is such a terrible disease. Favorite leveling zone is definitely a Dust Wallow now. I think even for both sides. Dust Wallow is just like one of the best zones in the game for like XP efficiency, and it also has really good quest rewards for the level. Because they did like in TBC they added that second zone, or that second quest hub to Dust Wallow. Plus they just added a bunch of quests in general. And now both sides can get like 3+ levels out of Dust Wallow. And some good questing items while they do it. Also, Dust Wallow quests are like the perfect level for when like all the full XP changes kick in. They're like all mid-30s to like 40. Right when you start getting the 30% extra XP from quests. I really wish I hadn't attacked that one slime over there. It's like a horrible debuff for another 3 minutes. I'm also really fond of the hinterlands on the Horde side, not Alliance side. But Horde side hinterlands with the TBC changes that went in to where those quests aren't elite anymore. That zone is insane for Horde. You get so much XP out of soloable quests, plus you also get like just fat questing reward upgrades. Because the rewards are still the same, as if they used to be, as if they were still elite quests. This camp is good if you can, like, thin it out, so you don't have to fight 5 things at a time. We'll do the quick respawns as you kill everything. I might have to just AoE grind these last 3 in bear form. I went to Blood Mist 13 to 16 and then 20 to 22. You can't get, I mean, you can still get a lot of levels out of Blood Mist, but you can't get as many as Draenei because there's a surprising amount of the longer quest chains are actually Draenei only, for whatever reason. So, it's still a good zone to go to as Night Elf, because the Night Elf areas kind of suck. But you can't get that much XP out of it to just like stay there for 10 levels. What's up, Awakening? How's it going? Okay, now that we've thinned out this camp a bit more, it's much better. So now I can find some stragglers to 1v1 as cat form, or if the spawns happen to be on top of each other, I can just, you know, drink up and then do an AoE pull on bear. Oh yeah, I'm definitely with you. The like the Draenei zone is great. It's way better than you know, Darkshore, Teldrassil, the other Night Elf areas. It's just you can only get so much XP out of it. I do almost every quest in Blood Mist that I'm able to get, but like I was saying, some of them are Draenei only. God, this thing is so fast. My feral swiftness cat can't keep up with it. Oh my god. Oh man, backstab crits doing work. What do we get here? Oh, we got a ring. We don't need rings when we've got this awesome blue with 6 spirit. Kappa. Maybe. I mean, it seems like it takes like a lot of effort to do it like that. I don't know, maybe it's not quite as much as I think. Someone can teach me the way, but I guess I could consider putting my Shaman one on there once I update it to like 1 to 70. This Druid run it's like mostly planned out, but I'm kind of playing it by ear a little bit between like 40 and 58. It's like mostly based on my Shaman route, but it does things kind of in a different order because of being a Druid. You know, it wants different gear and it wants to go to different zones at different times because of class quests and stuff like that. So I definitely don't have this Druid route like mapped out enough to do like a full written rested guide or something, but like maybe after I've finished the run and I can see, you know, what worked and what didn't. Like for example, the way I played level 22 to 23 on this run was not good. So I definitely would want to make changes from that one. See, oh shit, we're almost done. Just need a couple more gnolls. This camp is pretty awesome. It just has like infinite respawns, as long as you don't get overrun by it. Yeah, I mean, I really like the format of Rested XP, just like, because on this run, during the times where the route I would use is similar to the Rested XP guide, I'll turn the Rested XP guide on just because it's like it's nice to not have to think as much about where you're going and just like follow an arrow, right? Like less brain power expended. So when the areas I want to go match up with the Rested XP guides, I use them for sure. I'm just I haven't really looked into fully like how much effort it takes into like making a rested XP guide of my own. So perhaps perhaps once this run is done, I'll look into it a little more. Oh, ready for that runaway speed this time. I'd remembered these whelps like being really squishy back on vanilla. When I actually tried grinding them, they're not as weak as I remembered. I don't know if my memory was just off on how squishy these things were back in the day, or if the stats are different between vanilla and classic, but those whelps are actually not super good for grinding after all. Thought they would be. Not that you need to grind anything in TBC, but it's more of a classic WoW discovery. So the opener I'm probably going to use is, granted, I haven't played a druid past 60 in like 15 years, right? So it's, but I'm expecting that since my gear level is going to be pretty low, right? Like we're just doing solo self-found. I'm gonna want to minimize damage on myself. So I'm leaning towards the pounce opening, just because having it stunned for the first 4 seconds is nice. Plus, my gear isn't going to be good enough to just like absolutely demolish people, so the pounce bleed is kind of nice too. As long as your kill speeds aren't super high, the pounce bleed's actually pretty good DPS. And then I think I would probably, let's see. So it'd be pounce into mangle into shred, I believe. Because mangle increases shred damage by 30% as well. Oh, you would also you would throw the fairy fire in there also, the feral fairy fire. So it'd probably be, I guess the full rotation would be pounce into fairy fire into mangle into shred, and by that point the mob's out of stun. You'd have you know, between 3 and 5 combo points to use on some kind of finisher based on how much health the mob has. Might actually also be able to kind of AoE these raiders, because they dual wield and don't hit very hard, so if I demo shout them in bear, they probably do almost no damage to the bear while taking double damage from thorns. Let's see. The only reason I wouldn't use rake is that during your 4 seconds of stun, you pretty much would have to use there isn't really room for rake because you have to fairy fire after the pounce, then mangle, then shred, and like by that point the mob's out of stun. And if you rake after that, then the mob's probably gonna die before the rake gets like the full bleed effect. So I'd probably just go back to spamming Mangle with like extra energy after that point until you're ready to use a finisher. I was gonna grab a bunch more, but I've been netted. Okay, let's see if we can handle 3 at once. Hope I am kind of getting beaten the fuck up by these guys, but... Oh, don't run into those. Come on now, don't be that guy. Okay, 3 of those is kind of a tough sell, even for Bear. Barely able to do it, even with like my entire mana bar, almost dying. Okay, all these turn-ins should give me 26. I think I have to hold on to my hearth, though, as I don't believe there's a druid trainer anywhere around here, so I pretty much just have to port to Moonglade, then hearth back to get the training. No, I'm not leveling professions anymore. I got the class quest done, and I made myself a little bit of a stockpile of, got like some lion strength potions, a couple armor potions left. Pretty much done leveling them at this point. Got 7,000. Okay, that's not actually not quite gonna get me to 26 with those turn-ins, I don't think. Okay, I guess I could just go turn this in and then do like one more step of the Murloc quest. That should get me 26. Can train in Hearthback. Dodged my backstab, hate to see it.
What can I do for you?
I guess you can boost mining pretty well, yeah. You can just smelt your way, like, almost to max level with just having to mine a few things.
How are you?
Can't actually remember what I get at level 26 for Druid. Hope it's something good.
Well met. Be careful. Light be with you. What can I do for you? King's honor, friend.
Yeah, I guess I got 26 by 94 XP. Calculated. Yeah, something like that. You have to mine like 10 thorium. Oh, do you have to mine mithril? I didn't think you had to do that, but I thought it was like 10 thorium and like 15 of some random outlands mine. I don't remember which one. I guess if you have the money, it's probably best to do that before you get to Outlands if you're leveling something new. Just boost it up to 290, mine a bit of thorium, and then just go into Outlands and mine as you level.
What brings you here?
Ooh, dash. I'll take that.
Go in peace.
Yeah, that is true. There's very little downtime unless I'm like drinking before doing a 3 pull or something. Where the hell that? Oh, this innkeeper like wanders around.
Aye. Safe travels. Watch your back.
Let's see. This is like one of the only quests I don't do here. I don't like that line, the third fleet. I just have an innate dislike for water quests, I guess. And the fact that that whole quest chain just has you like running around fighting murlocs in the water. It's not really my jam. Murlocs and ghosts. Stuff that just like runs through the side of a boat and aggroes 10 other things. Okay, what did we get? Okay, 26 is a little bit underwhelming. A new rank of Bear Maul, Abolish Poison. I already have something kind of similar with Cure Poison. Abolish is a little better though. I mean, dash is all right. The problem is it doesn't stack with feral swiftness, and it's only 150% speed. So you like barely go faster while dashing than you do just outside. Dash is mostly for like indoors when your feral swiftness isn't active. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing like Shaman, and my Druid will have aquatic form by the time I'm back here at 30, and I still don't want to do those water quests. Water quests that involve a boat are just like the worst of all worlds. Oh, whoops, I didn't even turn that in. Boats are so amazing for mobs just like clipping through them and pulling the entire boat onto you. Let's see if this works. Yeah. In theory, you should be able to... As long as it's kind of low-level mobs like this, if you're doing a quest, there's a bunch of them, you like, as long as you have enough mana to, like, moonfire everything off the pole, you can actually AoE grind somewhat decently with a bear, even without any gear, surprisingly. But by the time you heal yourself up after the pull, you've basically used your whole mana pool, so it's something you kind of only do when you're high on mana. Oh, getting ready for my tank rotation. A treasure chest. It's a lot of murlocs to work my way through, though. And I did somehow end up with a bunch of potions. Well, earlier I was complaining that I didn't have any. Now I've suddenly got 8 of them, so I don't really need treasure chests as much. Oh no, the druid is definitely not going faster than the shaman. The druid's like bar none the slowest leveler early on. The times it's comparing to, I could get rid of them. I mean, they're not really doing much, but so I did like a 1 to 40 like test run on druid like a week ago, where I was pretty sure I wanted to speedrun druid, but I just kind of wanted to like check it out and make sure that I remembered, you know, how to play it and get like a good progression going. And so that it's comparing to that 1 to 40 run that I did a week or so back. Although that run wasn't like strictly a speed run, it was like mostly for, you know, testing certain things out, seeing which quests I wanted to do, etc. Yeah, I couldn't really stream for a while, because my cat had some like serious medical stuff where he had to spend like a weekend getting surgery, and then I had to like, he's doing much better now, but I had to give him medication like every few hours, and so it doesn't really mesh well with streaming, having to like chase down a cat and force feed him medication every few hours. And we had this giant-ass heat wave where it was like 110 degrees in Washington, so just kind of some random stuff keeping me from streaming. And I was just starting to mess around with Druid, thinking about doing a speed run then, so that's where that 1 to 40 was from. weapons don't really interest a druid too much. Now if it was some shoulders or a neck piece or a helm, then I can get on board with it. I'm gonna go a little bit out of my way, like level 36, to get a weapon from Arathi, which is actually best in slot for druid leveling all the way to Outlands. So I definitely don't need any weapons. Like the best possible weapon I can get as a druid while leveling, I'll just get from a quest at like 36. Yeah, that's basically what the scene is. Just a freaking clown show of trying to get a cat to do something it doesn't want to do. Your pets are too smart. You like put it in their food and they just like somehow manage to eat around the spot that has like most of the pill powder in it. Alright, we've got one thing to check out over here. Since we're coming up on Duskwood, that whole Look to the Stars quest line, you guys remember you need a bronze tube to complete it?
Need assistance?
So since, you know, we're not using the auction house on this run, there's a bunch of NPC vendors that have a chance to sell a bronze tube. No one guarantees sells one. But a bunch of them can sell it, so we'll just kind of be checking certain vendors as we make our way down to Duskwood. It's like a good 4 or 5 different vendors you can check, so it's very likely that one of them will have a bronze tube. It is kind of funny how good Paladins are at, like, tanking dungeons. Every other tank feels so terrible compared with Paladins in 5-mans. They're like the only tank that can hold aggro at all. Okay, I don't think I'm in a great spot here. All these moss hides are pretty high level. I'd prefer to fight the lower level ones. So the drop rate on this flint is actually pretty low. I might have to kill like 3 dozen of these things. Yeah, I also still need to pick up Sita's bag. I haven't found that yet. Kill a billion slimes up this way. Yep. And we all, we both know that never happens. Everybody's been playing retail WoW for so long. Like, everyone just expects that, like, tanks will just have infinite aggro immediately. I mean, I know the struggle too, because I've been healing dungeons more recently. The DPS will complain about aggro, but they'll never actually stop hitting the mob like the millisecond that the tank looks at it. Sometimes it's fine. Like, if you have a comp that's, like, meant to pull aggro, like if you have a Seed of Corruption Warlock and then a Mage with Improved Blizzard, like, then it's actually good if the Warlock pulls aggro, because everything's just super slowed while it chases the Warlock. Melee comps that pull aggro, not the hot. I don't know about you guys, but basically every like other pug enhancement shaman I've ever seen just like dies at the start of every pull. They just like they just Wind Fury proc and then hit all their buttons like half a second into the fight and then immediately die. And then what happens after that is the paladin will give the enhancement shaman salve, and then the shaman will ask for might instead and go back to dying right away. This is my experience with every pug enhancement shaman. Actually, I kind of stopped having aggro problems, well, especially if you're with a paladin for salve, but when I was still playing enhancement, one of the tricks I liked to do was kind of like totem twisting Grace of, or not Grace of Air, Tranquil Air, like right at the start of a pull. Because as a shaman, you're usually going to pull aggro in like the first 3 seconds, or as an enhancement shaman, and if it doesn't happen then you're probably not going to pull. So I would like, you know, drop the Wind Fury for whoever in the group needed it, but then instead of twisting it to Grace of Air immediately, I would twist it to Tranquil Air for like a few seconds right at the start of the pull, and then go back to the normal Grace of Air into Wind Fury twisting. Kind of people stopped dying right off the pull because their first Wind Fury would at least be a Tranquil Air threat reduction. How does cat leveling compare to rogue? I guess if you're thinking in terms of like, I guess solo self-found or just soloing, I feel like Druid's probably a little bit faster than Rogue, like 20 to 70. I don't know for sure though. Like I haven't, like I've leveled a Rogue and a Druid to 70 before, but like 15 years ago on TBC. I haven't done them recently. I feel like their overall 1 to 70 times would probably be pretty close to each other. I think the Rogue will be way faster, like the first 20, 30 levels, and then the Druid will probably be very, very slightly faster than the Rogue after that point, would be my guess. And they'll probably end up somewhere around the same area. I don't know, Druid might pull ahead by a decent amount just once you get to Outland, because, you know, Druids have so little downtime, but a Rogue that isn't very well geared probably has a lot of downtime in Outlands. We're going old school with this Sita's bag drop rate. But yeah, basically in a nutshell, it's Rogue does more damage than Cat, but Cat has way more sustain. At least at later levels. The leader of the pack crits will like heal the Cat for a considerable amount. So you can just heal yourself normally whenever the hell you want anyways. No, I'll be mostly Cat while leveling. Oh, there we go. For multi-pulls, I'll go Bear, like where you're moon firing 2 or 3 mobs and then like kind of AoEing them down. It's mainly a Cat spec, but Cat doesn't have a lot of abilities until a little bit later level. Like when you first get Cat in the 20s, they don't really have a finisher and they don't really have an opener. So like the Cat's good, but it's missing a lot of its tools until you start getting into like the mid-30s. So there's not, like, going into Bear form is actually like not that big of a DPS loss, as long as, you know, you're pulling 2+ mobs right now. Cat's just not that great yet. I guess bear tanking in TBC comes down to mostly, like, they're fine for 5-mans. They definitely don't feel as good as Paladins, just because Paladins are so good with aggro. The thing that bears excel at is their excellent off-tanks in Raid. Because, you know, they can tank when they need to, but they can, with the Feral Tank spec, you also do, like, reasonable DPS. So you can switch back and forth between, like, Cat DPS and Bear Tank as needed. And then you can also provide the 5% crit buff to your group, you know, even when you're off-tanking. So, Feral Druid is an off-tank. It brings a lot of offensive power to the raid as well. You just get to buff the shit out of one of the groups, and you just get to DPS in some situations without really sacrificing. Like, most other tanks can't DPS very well when they're not tanking, but Ferals can. Yeah, that's a add-on called Nug Energy. And this is like Druid cast bar or something. Oh shit, that's running right into the pack. You can customize wherever these bars go. I just figured I'd have a. I like seeing how much mana I have while in the feral forms. The energy ticks are mostly just good for, like, in the early levels while we're still using Tiger's Fury. It's kind of good for, like, knowing when to activate that. Oh my god. These Fen runners, they're so fast. No, I mean the quests. Like you get less XP for killing mobs that are way below you, but the like a quests that are 5 levels below you, you still get full XP from. But it still ends up being more efficient overall, just because of how fast you kill the mobs, even if they give you less XP for most classes. The ones that aren't super strong or don't have very good gear. Oh man. Still at only 3 of these things. Oh, and yeah, missed a question. I'm specking feral. I'm just going directly down the feral tree to mangle as quick as possible. I think there is one other viable build where you can, if you have like the wolf's head helm after 40, then you could make an argument for going down the resto tree to like Omen of Clarity a little earlier and getting Furor, rather than going all the way down to Mangle, but I'm not going to have the Wolf's Head helm, you know, playing solo self-found, so I'm just going straight down Feral. I'm about to start AoEing these things. This thing's at 30% life. Why is it running away? Man up, Fenrunner. Oh god. Crocodile with the big crit at the end almost killed me. Not actually sure I can pull 3 of these without getting the whole camp. It'll be back and just kill itself on my thorns soon enough.
Ah, potential customer!
Oh, this guy actually sells earthroot. Huh.
Keep it real!
Who knew? Private server's still a thing? I didn't even know those were still going. Other than the, I know they had that one right before TBC launched that everybody was like practicing Arena on. Endless or whatever. Oh wow, actually almost done. Just gotta do these, well, maybe not almost. These stealth ones is the last part of this chain. Got the last part of this chain over here, but then the final quests in the Raptor chain are the hard ones that take a long-ass time to finish. Those raptors in this area are so buff, they're like so much stronger than other mobs of the same level. That's not a well-written paragraph, or should I say wall of text. Doesn't even really say what Darrowshire is. I guess you just assume it's some sort of private server, but... That bot has disappointed me. Alright, what are the odds I can stealth up, grab this, and run without getting netted? Oh, apparently pretty high. Should be another of these stealth dudes around here somewhere. Alright. I found it much easier to just sneak around the back here. If you go directly from that catapult over to this area, you have to go through like a billion orcs. But instead, you can just come up through the back way on this mountain, and you're right by the dude you have to kill. Might end up with like 3 mobs here pulling this guy, but let's see what happens. Oh, I did get 3. Okay. That's kind of unfortunate. Casters do kind of crush me in bear. Let's see if I can just manage to kill this guy and then run. Whoa, I guess not. Damn, I was reaching for my potion button too. Okay, I'm not ready for the old druid hardcore run. Been getting farmed here in the 20s. Okay, I thought it was only one of those casters that came at first. But I guess I cannot handle more than one. The quest mob isn't particularly hard, but he's kind of tanky. Just can't burst him down too quickly before the casters crush me. I'm pretty sure I can pull him with only one caster. I just might have to find the right angle. Death count, it's like... God, it's like 5 or something, just in, like, since level 22. Like, I had, like, pretty much no deaths before that. And I was just getting farmed in Ashenvale. And I think I died at some point, like a 4th time before this one as well. Apparently my self-preservation skills on Druid are not nearly what they were at on Shaman. They were like right around 100 or so each. Second, let me... Okay, this is... Ah, what the... Dude, that second caster... Oh my god. Of course he dazes me as soon as I That second caster waits like 5 seconds and then he aggroes just to trick me. Are you really still aggroed, dude? Give it up. What? Why? Why is he evading? I was hitting him the whole time. Oh my god. I'm not cut out for this druid business. These mobs are acting awfully strange. They can't go forever? I thought they literally could go forever as long as you hit them every 6 seconds. Oh my god. Okay, let me try pulling him at a different angle where I might get this other guy, but at least I don't want 2 casters. Those things are pretty rough. I think it was pretty easy on Shaman because I could just interrupt the casters, but... I have no mana to cast heals. Oh god. Okay, whatever. I guess that worked. I really don't understand the behavior that's going on with those mobs. I don't know why that chieftain evaded, and I also don't really understand why, like... I feel like all of the mobs should follow me forever, or none of them should. It's so weird that I ended up with, like, just 1 caster following me to the ends of the earth, but 2 others leashed. Guess the secret is getting farmed by those casters up there. Okay, so I need to finish this Blisters quest, and then all of you, if you like seeing me die, buckle up, because these raptors in here have a pretty high chance of landing some kills as well. They do real crazy damage. Just actually, on this Druid run, I'm kind of struggling with spots I didn't expect to struggle on, because just thinking back to my Shaman run, it's like spots that weren't really difficult. I just realized that I'm just druids don't really have any good way to deal with difficult pulls that involve a caster. Whereas on a shaman, it's like no problem at all. So I keep running into problems on basically any of these quests where I'm pulling like multiple mobs and some of them are casters. I just keep dying to them. I've gotta figure out a better way to approach those on Druid. Maybe I just root the caster and then just run way the hell away. Kite the other ones. Caster Raptors, oh god. They'd probably have like Wind Fury Shadow Bolts. Yeah, I'm definitely considering just taking it slow and doing the like Wrath Moonfire into bear form pulls on those raptors. I'll have to drink a lot more, but like cat form is so squishy, and those raptors, you know, they can just like Wind Fury you for 1 billion damage. We'll see how it feels. I'll probably start in cat form and just see how badly I get destroyed. Oh, I guess if I crit my opener, probably in good shape. Hey, what's up, Argy? Back to our old style of you waking up on real human hours and me still playing at 7 in the morning. What you been up to last few weeks? Are you there was just like a big content patch in retail, right? Is that what you're still doing? Wait, what day is it? Sunday? Okay, I guess I should go to sleep at some point soon so that I'm actually awake by the time people want to PvP, which usually isn't until like 5 PM server anytime, or anyways. Yeah, my main character is basically like half raid logging at this point. It's like raid and arena logging, so it doesn't really need anything else. Wait, no, it is Monday. Oh, unlucky. Okay, so we gotta get all our PvP in today. So yeah, I'll try to probably call the stream at some point in the near future so I can get some sleep and boost our arena teams. Same here, man. The last fragment, it like always seems like it's way up in the mountains here somewhere. I don't think I've found the pile of dirt one either. The pile of dirt one can sometimes be tricky. Like sometimes hidden behind the tree over here. I don't see it. Oh, why does raptors have to be so buff? Dodge, dodge, dodge. I guess I have enough health that I can actually probably use Rip. If I ever... Except I just keep dodging all of my initial attacks. Jesus, I'm like on the verge of death after fighting just 2 of these things. Oh, thankfully my bear is a crit machine. Let's see, let me see if I can find the last one up here. Aha, there it is. How can I actually loot it without aggroing Sarltooth is the question. Did they mean to name this guy Snarltooth and just like misspell it? The fuck is a Sarl? Maybe that's the play. Maybe I just put bleeds on them and then kite them for a little bit until I have some more energy to finish. Oh, no wonder. No wonder you have so much trouble finding that last one. That's almost always where I find one of the last ones, is like up there in the mountains. Oops, I need a couple more of these green ones. Oh my god, I double clicked my... Shit. Oh, I guess I just have to reset this one because I have no mana. That was unfortunate. Maybe I shouldn't have my macro have the same button press take me back out of the form. Parry, 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 parry. My god, we did it.
You got my attention. Well met.
Let's see. Oh wait, my cat doesn't actually have safe fall yet. Take a ton of damage going down this way. Oh shit, I forgot about that fossil I have to pick up in the cave. That's... fortunately, it's right where I'm about to go anyway. As part of the absent-minded prospector line. I haven't actually completed all the way through until now.
Talk to me. Watch your back.
So this armor here is actually worth keeping around. So this is better than this hit chest when you're fighting beasts. Yeah, that's like the basis of my path. I'm doing things a little different on the Druid. Like I'm doing certain quest chains that I didn't do on the Shaman, and vice versa. And the order of some of the zones I go to will be a little bit different, just because the Druid wants different items from quests, and then the class quests are different. But yeah, it's essentially, for the most part, like 20 to 58 will be pretty similar to the Shaman Guide. Yeah, I treat water form kind of like I did the water totem quest with Shaman, where I start working on it when I'm in the area, but I'm not really in any rush to finish the quest. I'll just finish it when I can conveniently do all the parts, like when they happen to be next to quests I'm doing already. So I picked up the water totem quest at 16, but I won't actually be done with it until like 28. We are going to Duskwood pretty soon, and the final piece I have to pick up for the water form is in the hell's that zone? That's sick. Oh, it's in Westfall. So since there's that the legend, yeah, Westfall. There's that Legend of Stalvin quest line that takes us into Westfall anyways, so I'll pick it up at that point. And then next time I go like back to town to train or something, then I can just turn it in, because you can't. There's definitely no rush because you can't out level your class quests anymore. The quests just scale with you. So even though I got this quest at 16, it will still give me full XP whenever I finish the various parts of it. I think the poison quest we also picked up at 16, and we did various parts of it, and I think finished it up at like 21 or 22 or something. I'm actually getting more XP than I thought. I guess the fact that I had an extra quest chain here helped a bit. Actually gonna be like quite a ways into 27 by the time I turn all this stuff in. By the time I turn in the water druid quest as well, I think I'll actually be ahead of where my shaman was on XP. Whereas I spent most of the early 20s like a level behind the shaman, because some of the Draenei area quests you can only get if you're a Draenei. Apparently I can't walk that thing.
How are you?
Task. We're definitely doing all these quests, but not for another few levels. This quest hub is really good now in TBC, now that these things aren't elite anymore. Is that TBC made a lot of formerly elite mobs in the open world non-elite, like most people realize that, but all the amount of XP you get from the quests and the quest rewards didn't go down at all. So anytime you can find quest chains that deal with formerly elite mobs, they're usually like even more lucrative than normal quests. But what the hell am I doing here? Okay, we're going down here. Yeah, the enhancement arena dream sadly came to an end when we had like 12 people that all wanted to play arena and 0 healers. How's your shaman life been going, Vito? Did you manage to keep the DPS shaman in arena? dream alive for the rest of us. Alright, so that quest we just picked up is pretty important. The quest chain that comes from that gives a lot of XP and a lot of like pretty easy quests overall. So drop down to pick up that letter here, and then we're just gonna drown ourselves to conveniently get warped up next to the Arathi town flight path over here. Yeah, I swear like every hunter, I mean, including the ones I play with, of course, too, but it feels like every hunter is wearing like 90 Resil and just like full PvE gear. Which, I mean, they can kind of get away with it because they're immune to everything, but, you know, if they don't kill the other team during Bestial Wrath, then as soon as they get hit by a CC, they just instantly blow up with their no Resil. Alright, maybe I'll stream some 5v5s if we do them later today, if I get a good sleep in. I'm just, like, I'm so not good at healing in Arena. I just never play healers in WoW, so I'm just, like, a little embarrassed to stream, just because I know that anyone who actually plays healer in Arena is probably gonna, like, just see so many mistakes I'm making, but I suppose it'll at least help me get better, I guess, if everyone's pointing out all the dumb things I'm doing. Let's see. Where's this? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting this prospector is upstairs.
What's on your mind?
Any of this stuff good? Oh, I wish I could use this axe. 6 strength, that's not bad. Yeah, we ended up getting a lot of extra experience out of that prospector line.
Hey there. Be careful.
Great to meet ya.
Is like the shaman is weird because to play shaman well, like you're never gonna heal as well as the other healers because you basically have almost no instance. So basically you're there to be offensive, just doing like a bunch of purges and like trying to get on top of the other healers and interrupt and stuff. It's so hard to keep track of positioning, of like your positioning, your team's positioning for line of sight heals, and also being in line of sight of the enemy caster to shock their stuff, while not being in a position where you can be focused by the whole enemy team. It's just, it's like actually
Keep your
like
feet on the ground.
pretty hard to play shaman healer. Seems like, just because you have to shock so offensively to play it at a high level, but it might just be because I never play healers in WoW that I'm having trouble with it. So yeah, it might be fun to stream and just fucking YOLO it, see how we do. We're usually in like the 17 to 1800-ish range.
Need help? For the Alliance. Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, I mean, any shaman you play, you gotta get in there. You gotta get stuff done fast during Bloodlust. Otherwise, you're just worse than all the other healers. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I've done everything I need to do in wetlands. Basically, the spot that's coming up is this is the part where I swim over here and then death warp over to Dun Moreau. If you swim over to like this area right here, or then you can just death warp over here. So I think we'll pick up the stream tomorrow, starting with that swim, and then we'll head down to Duskwood. So I should probably get some sleep because we got to do a bunch of arena later today. Alright, we're gonna call it for now. I think we got a lot done. I learned that casters absolutely farm me as a druid. Something I'll have to learn to play better against in the future. Suffered a few deaths, but we made it through. Alright, thanks for tuning in. I'll try to get a stream going up, I guess later tonight. Maybe PvP or maybe some more leveling. Depending on if I have enough energy to do another long session. So thanks again for tuning in. Give the stream a follow if you're new to it, and I will hopefully see you guys back here, I guess not even tomorrow night, just tonight at this point. Alright, have a good one, guys. GG.